creating content from a singular perspective and experience may unintentionally reinforce a bias. So in discussing diversity and inclusion, there are gender issues, content from a singular perspective. We are talking about language, we are talking about geographical space, and many other issues that I'm sure our very able panel this morning will be able to articulate. And we hope to have a very interactive session, and of course to get as much contribution, and also to get your insights and your thoughts around how we can make sure that as content producers that we are able to make content that can make our businesses even more sustainable. So with those few remarks, I will invite Prudence to start us off. Thank you.
Okay, I am very pleased to fill the big shoes of Nigeria, who I have followed for some time now, and we're friends. So just more about myself, I document different stories. And this is Uganda. We tell positive stories. And one of the things we focused on is to write about unsung heroes. And so we created a platform for women because I will basically talk about the gender kind of content we would have wanted. So unsung heroes that from the woman that wakes up at 3 in the night to sweep the streets of Kampala, to the woman that is a Speaker of Parliament, to all these amazing women that do things ordinarily. So let me talk about the barriers that what content can do, and barriers related to content. So mainstream media has, we've been having a fight on Twitter, and the hashtag is harassment is not love. This is because there's a man whom the newspapers wrote about, that boy arrested for sending love messages to member of parliament. First of all, he's not a boy, he's 22 years, he's a man. And everyone starts saying, oh, he's in love with the member of parliament. And the member of parliament is distressed. She blocks him on Twitter, on Facebook, then he gets new phones to call her. So he's been harassing her. They went to court, and then the judge said, but what is wrong with love? Yeah, and everyone cannot seem to understand it. And so the content that we would want to see is content that uplifts women. If you sit here in this panel, for instance, and say a sexist remark and people joke and people laugh, it takes away from every woman that is seated here. So if in your content it's sexism, what are you doing to the world? So also the content that we see on TV, traditional and now like Facebook TV and all these channels, they portray African women as angry, or they always cry. Really? How many angry people have you seen in this room since you came yesterday? How many angry women have you seen? Cool, amazing African women. Why don't we see those stories out there? In fact, I was at Jomo Kenyatta, like a screen, and they were advertising, I think, like TV shows. And the two screens that came up were women shouting. And that's the same thing we see in Nollywood. Yeah. And that's not how women are. We need to tell the woman's story as it is. There are how many stories here? Look, how many stories are in this room? So many. Like every one of us here has a wonderful story. Yeah. And so the content we produce should be able to portray women. So we have to break the stereotypes. Let's talk about gaming. I don't know much about gaming, but let's talk about Snapchat. Do you remember the case of Rihanna? So every one of us here has one. They said points for slapping Rihanna and points for punching Chris Brown. People laughed and made and these are kids. How many of us 25 plus year olds use Snapchat? Very few of us. Like majority are young people, but you're giving them a game to slap Rihanna and to punch, get points. She had to sue them. But what are they doing? Like, content creators should know their power. The internet is nothing without content. So what you're feeding people is what is shaping minds of the future. So the information that we package should be entertaining, but as it is entertaining as it should be educative. And also as the cultural barriers, like as I said earlier, the African woman, how is she portrayed? Yeah, women are still struggling to get on the internet because they're afraid of the body shaming and things that they say about them on the internet. So recently I saw a tweet like a Kenyan man, and Kenyan women were quoted the tweet and and they would say what Kenyan men are likely to say. So we did the same, tweet like a Ugandan man. And it was like crazy for 5 days. So someone would tweet and would quote the tweet and say, oh, these feminists, they are not married because they fail to get men and that's why they're always angry. Why don't you get married? Like that is what ordinarily. So now women, we need the content we produce will encourage more women to come out and speak. So it is upon us as gamers, as people who are making films, as bloggers, to create content that encourages women to come on the internet and enjoy. So, of course, more barriers in terms of affordability and accessibility and feminized poverty. All those are now in as we advocate for digital rights, inclusion. These are some things we have to put in mind.
Thank you so much, Prudence. Let's give another round of applause. I think from that, I have taken the whole aspect of really making sure that we are telling positive stories. Yesterday, I remember somebody saying that many times we take people who do not live on the continent to come to us and tell us, oh, by the way, you have such a beautiful culture here, you know, and then they document it for us. And that's when we begin to appreciate our own culture. So I think she has brought out very, very strongly the importance of telling positive stories, the power of the internet, and the fact that, you know, like somebody said, you know, if it was a country, the internet would be the 6th largest country in the world, just based on the power that is used on that particular space. So again, putting out content that is building us into the future, and of course the biases and the stereotypes that she has brought out very strongly, and especially pertaining to women. You know, how do we make sure that we are portraying women in a more positive light, so that then, you know, we model and we also inspire the younger women to be able to come out and speak out and tell their own stories. So I think those are very powerful points. And I will now invite Dorothy to also give us her insights into this whole area. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I thought you were going to pick Wamadai here in the spirit of equality. So after Prudence, I'm going to be a man. But I'm told by Yvonne, equity is the theme. Thank you very much. So as you all had, so I work at Google, and one of the things we're passionate about, and I've just been so happy to hear, even from a report he was giving me about yesterday's session, is we are passionate about really making information universally available, accessible, and useful to everyone. So ours is a platform, be it Google when you're searching online, or YouTube when you're putting, or Blogger, if you're a blogger, that our platform helps make information accessible to everyone. And when we say everyone, we mean whether they're in the US or whether they're in Africa, in a village, in Kenya, somewhere remotely, that they will have access to the same information. We are also very passionate about making sure that our platforms give voice to the voiceless. And this is where you get that equality, and making sure that the content is diverse but also inclusive. So when you look at a lot of the stuff that we do, how do we make sure that that content is available to everyone? And I was, when Miyako was sharing with me yesterday about Dr. Njogu's presentation, one of the things I do in my role is go and talk to people and show them, how can you create African content online? A lot of the times, the emails we get, people saying, how come when you type this, all you see is this? It's true there's the bit of the algorithms, but there's also the bit of there is no content. And I tell people, create content. Let Africans tell their African stories, and let's put our story online so that it's there. If we do not put photos of ourselves, then all we have is nothing. So Prudence said that internet is nothing without content. And so without our content, no one is going to tell our stories. And I think it behooves us as creators, as people who love this continent, as people who believe that our story must be told, and it can only be told correctly by Africans. It's important. The other thing at Google is that we also have a very inclusive workspace. And when we talk about inclusive, it doesn't matter whether it's gender, tribe, race, height, structure, whatever it is, that it's an inclusive place. And we have many programs that we run. One of them is Women Art at Google, which just seeks to empower women, give women at Google a voice to be able to speak, but then a voice to go out and share with other women the importance of having their voices heard. So that's the thing. I think when it comes to YouTube, and we'll talk about YouTube shortly, we are very passionate about making sure that the platform is a place, again, that gives voice to the voiceless, but where diversity and inclusion are really spread. In Kenya, a while back, we had the same love video, and the Kenya government wrote to us and said, we need you to pull that video because it's propagating values that are not Kenyan. We pushed back and said, no, our platform is a place where we give a voice to the voiceless. And so Same Love video is going to stay, and Same Love video is still on YouTube. And so we do get requests from governments asking us to pull down information. But again, we check it against, we are not, and I must say this, we are not policing the internet. Many people think that our role at Google and at YouTube should be to police the internet. Our role is to make sure that there's a platform that gives voice to the voiceless, that makes sure that the content is as diverse as it can be and is inclusive of everyone, irrespective of their culture and where they come from. And so we tell people, put content. You who cannot be heard, who feels that whatever you say, no one can hear, let YouTube be the place where you can express yourself. Let Blogger be the platform where you can share that, that information and share it with the world.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. Maybe before we continue, I'd like to ask, yesterday we had, for example, about the case of Iroko, for example, who have really succeeded very well and not on a mainstream sort of platform. And is there something that maybe they do differently from what other platforms that would have, carried them would do? And yeah, so maybe that.
Iroko is here. I think they are. They can actually tell us where they started. Iroko, where did you start? Is it Morocco?
No, they're not here.
They're not here. They started on YouTube.
Yeah, they started on YouTube.
And I think that's the platform that you start, even if you're to start, and that's what we're seeing, because we are going to the place where we are moving to a place where you start on YouTube, get your mass, and then move. And I think it's either the issue of, how do you get paid revenues, and then you decide to venture out on your own. But I think that we are proud to say that we are a place where people start, they test their content, they see what people like, and then they go out and have content that is crafted for them. And I think when we talk about African content, and I'm talking about this because we had Google Impact Challenge just the other day, and one of the finalists who won an award is actually doing almost the same thing as Iroko, creating content, Calabas, Creative Garage. They're there? Yes. Creative Garage. They're creating content for Africa. And then I think that's the question, that when you have a choice of platforms, that you give people a choice. I don't think that one platform should be the de facto platform. I think having multiple platforms that allow people to create and select the content they want creates a very thriving ecosystem that gives people a choice.
Thank you. And I like also that you have brought out the whole issue of, the sort of, because diversity and inclusion, I believe, is also inside out. The fact that you also have a diverse team, even within Google, and that also drives, I believe, a very diverse and inclusive perspective, in terms of the platform that you have. And, the fact that also most Africans are actually rural. So I believe that you have played a very critical role in making sure that, the voice of the voiceless is also heard, and that whole issue of accessibility is also dealt with. Maybe what I could also ask you is, it came out strongly yesterday that obviously the number of internet users are growing, and governments have begun to appreciate the power of the internet. And you will find, for example, like in Uganda, I believe that there's a new taxation policy that has brought down numbers significantly. And obviously, there's also a lot of profiling. And sometimes we have had, on Facebook and other areas, we have realized that this data and this information is not as secure as it would seem, So, going forward from the perspective of Google, how do you see as African content users, how can we make sure that we are also able to be proactive, and that, we are also able to grow without governments, like you have said, clamping down or trying to influence what goes out there and what does not go out there.
I think the first step is really working. Like I think I'm here representing my colleague Michael Murungi, who leads our policy for East Africa, and we work with government closely. I think that one of the ways of doing that is actually working closely with government, so you are able to make sure that when there's a law that's going to be changed, even in Kenya, I think after Same Love, there were lots of, one day you'd hear it on social media to be every creator who uploads a video on YouTube or online was going to pay a certain fee. And we were really inside making sure, do you understand what this means? Explaining to government what the repercussions would mean in terms of the content ecosystem and what that would do. So I think the first part is really working with government, but also having a very strong activist approach, in the sense that their bodies, the organizations, I think Commander, who works with the Bloggers Association, that is there to keep the government on its toes. And I think that it's lobbying, but also working very closely with other bodies to make sure that that doesn't happen. Because a lot of the times you're like, maybe that's going to happen to us, but making sure that you are 2 steps ahead. If you know that a law is going to be passed, you're already negotiating, getting other supporters, and making sure that you present that to government. And I think you cannot do it without working with other organizations, collaborating with other stakeholders in the industry, but also making sure that the government is aware of what that means and pushing back when necessary.
Thank you. So Dorothy has brought out the whole issue of collaboration as very, very key. And I think due to public demand, our next presenter is going to be Wamadai. Yes,
I keep calling you.
yeah.
Yes, Wamadai is a girl.
Yes.
It's a yes, girls. Yeah. And of course another girl. Obviously. Thank you so much, Hivos and Lizzie, for the for this chance to speak about something I'm really passionate about. I have been a content creator for a very long time. I think I've been a writer since I was 6, 7 years old. When I discovered the internet and the power of sharing from the comfort of my house and reaching a bunch of people, I was really excited, and I'm happy to say that my passion and of course that excitement led me and 40 other individuals to form what is called the Bloggers Association of Kenya. And what drove us, or rather what brought us together, was the frustration of not finding Kenyan content created by Kenyans online. And we started that journey it was a conversation that was around on the internet for a while, on the Kenyan blogging scene for a while. But then that conversation was started very seriously in 2010, and the association was formed. The conversation started in 2009, and the organization was formed in 2010. And I'm happy to say Nigeria is a member, and I can see another founding member there. His name is Robert. Say hi to everyone, Robert. Yeah, it's very cool. And we, of course, we formed the organization so that we can promote content creation by Kenyans, and of course for Kenyans. And if you think about it, it's really, really important for us to own our narratives, because no one can tell your story better than yourself. And if you think about also what you talk about, diversity and inclusion. The Kenyan online space 8 years ago was very, very toxic for women, and the reason for that was, of course, there were very few women online, and then also there are also very few women who are creating content. Of course, that has changed, and it has changed because there are very, very strong and powerful women that were pioneers, and they kept on calling out this toxic and misogynistic content that was being created by sometimes by mainstream media and also other users online. And they formed this community, that really set the stage for more, women content creators to sort of come and as we speak now, women are completely dominating the content creation space in Kenya. I can say that, and that's a fact. We ran something called the Bake Awards. So the Bake Awards is a recognition and reward mechanism where we reward the best bloggers in Kenya. And I can tell you for a fact that in the last 3 years, women have totally, as in they win 60% of the awards, and it's really, really amazing. And if you look at even for instance, vlogging, for instance, content creation in video and podcasts, like, I think it's like 65% women, and that's really, really amazing. As far as, you know, there are certain issues to, you know, of course, you know, content creation, rather inclusion. And I feel the biggest challenge we have, in my opinion, is access. Access, being able to, you know, afford, you know, to create and publish content. And I feel government, especially in Kenya and other places as well, you know, the case of Uganda as well, in other places. So government is a very, very huge impediment. When you think about it, for instance, you kind of need, you know, data, you know, to access the internet. But in the case of Kenya now, it's you know, it's more expensive because, of course, we have a tax, an internet tax, and also that, to be honest, that really doesn't help. And then also, I feel that we need very, very strong cyber harassment and cyberbullying laws. Unfortunately, I feel government sometimes shoot themselves in the foot. You have a very, very good law, but then you introduce very many useless things there. In the case of Kenya, we've actually taken the government to court because of the cyber crimes law that was passed this year. Instead of putting sections there that will protect internet users, especially women, they went and put like very useless things on like fake news and you know, and all that. So basically trying to, of course, limit free speech. I feel though that if we had something really, really strong on cyberbullying and harassment, it would really, really help, you know, to protect women online. There's a case about a very prominent content creator and influencer who's been like kindly stalked by this guy. He has his pictures, he has her pictures on his profile, and he's like constantly you know, following her and commenting on her post, and it's really, really annoying. And then right now it's crossing to like a very uncomfortable space. But then there's no comprehensive law to be able to prosecute that person. And I feel, you know, those are some of the things that need to happen. I can talk on and on, but I feel that we stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wamagai. I think he has brought out once again the need for making sure that we have African content done by Africans for Africans. And I think that's something that Dorothy also highlighted, the fact that a lot of times we do not have that you know, sufficient African content. And again, I believe because it's about telling our own stories, in so doing, then we make sure that you know, we are able to have diverse and inclusive content from our own perspective as Africans. He's also, of course, brought out the whole, you know, issue of access, you know, especially as pertaining the whole issue of affordability. And again, maybe it's about also having more conversations. Yesterday we had from one of our IT experts here that, you know, there's need to have these conversations going. There's need, again, like Dorothy also mentioned, and, you know, to sort of lobby and make sure that we are part and parcel of that advocacy when it comes to, you know, interacting with governments. And maybe one question I'd like to pose to you, Wamagai, is I know that blogging can be a double-edged sword, if I can put it that way. I don't know what you would say from where you sit, you know, because of the amount of following that, you know, bloggers do have. There are instances where, you know, we have had positive outcome because, you know, we have politicians and other people blogging and being put on check. But also we know that especially in the case of Kenya, and I'm sure it's the same globally, the reverse has also worked, where the bloggers have been used to sort of deliver on a certain agenda. I don't know what your perspective there would be.
The internet, the internet is really not like a separate space from the world. So you will find what happens offline happens online as well. So in essence, there are undesirables online as well. I feel that as far as these people propagating bad content, I feel we need. I feel in general we need two things. I feel we need digital. I think we need digital media education, and this can be done at different levels. I feel government should do it. I feel organizations like ours should do it. We're already doing it as well. We're already doing it, by the way. So that people can understand to not, my opinion, to not believe everything. I think that is like really, really important. It's funny though, like so my mother has been on the internet, for a while, and she never used to believe those chain email things that she used to receive back in the day. But if she sees something on WhatsApp, she'll like send it to me. So I think some of these platforms and media, I think it's just really new, and people haven't quite wrapped their heads around it. But I feel there needs to be a lot of it. I feel a lot of education, especially around Kenyan context, and even if you look at the US as well, it's around elections, especially. I think there needs to be a lot of education. The next thing is like I said, the internet is part of real life, and I feel a lot more people need to go to court if you're injured. So let's say someone says, something about you, and you know for sure it's untrue. So basically, this is defamation. People really, really need to start going to court. Of course, the inverse is you find, of course, the government taking advantage and charging someone for trying to charge someone criminally for a civil sort of like case. Of course, we don't advocate for that, but we advocate for following the rule of law, which is basically if I defame you, please take me to court.
Thank you. Maybe also very finally, you mentioned about the high numbers of women that are in the content creation space. What do you think has driven that, and also how can we harness on that positive energy to make sure that we have more content creators, and the role that they have played in making sure that women, or the whole issue of gender, is handled in a positive way? How can we continue to sort of harness that, especially from a blogging perspective? Do you have any ideas around that?
Okay. I haven't really started this from in other countries, but in Kenya, I can tell you for a fact the content creation world is a women's world. I also have a website called happykenya.com, and my employees largely have been women, because I don't know why, for some reason men struggle creating content. I have no idea why. So that is something that I can't really explain. In some of the conversations that we've had with women content creators, is that expression, like they find it like the internet amazing, from an expression perspective, especially if you think about our countries. Basically, how our countries are built, how they're very male-centric. It's not they're not very kind to women, but then the internet sort of just breaks those barriers. So I feel there's that. Okay, this is a terrible word to use, but there's that sort of like safety, I think. Safe, I don't know, safe, a safe space in a way for women, and it may not be the case for everyone, but I feel that's a foundation for most. In terms of making sure that there are more women creating, is using the women who've made it, the Nancy Moyes, the Patricia Kihoros, the Sharon Mundias, to mentor up and coming women content creators. We've done quite a bit of work on this, and we've trained over 30,000 Kenyans on how to create content online, and we use this, these like bloggers who made it, bloggers who've been there for a while, sort of like train these young people on how to blog, and then we've gone a step further to create like a mentorship program as well, and I think that has impacted about 2,000 people as well. But that is something that we're trying to expand, because we've seen that especially mentorship is really powerful in terms of inspiring people in the long term to continuously create content.
Thank you so much, and that's a very interesting perspective, because probably it can contribute towards the sort of teams that content producers have. Maybe the male side is more more well articulated when it comes to the technical skills. I don't know. So again, I suppose it's about complementing each other and probably coming up with very strong teams using the example that you have given. In the spirit of gender balance, and also to make sure that I redeem my bonga points, the Kenyans would know that. I think our next presenter is going to be Benga. Yeah, and then finally we will have our very own Modoni. Yeah. Thank you.
It's it's awake now. Good. When you said in the spirit of gender balance, I thought the lady would follow a guy, but it's okay. Don't worry, I can be a lady for the day. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Since I had two ladies.
Earlier. Yeah, that's fine. So maybe I should start with an apology on behalf of Nollywood. No, but seriously, and it's not just Nollywood. So my wife and I had a discussion about Barack Obama a few days ago, and you know where I'm going, sir. So when Barack came in, he got an award like Nobel Peace Prize, and then he got into office and went to war. And I was like, okay, so what's going on here? And the conversation led us to his latest, memoir, The World as It Is. The ideal thing is, I'm going to be the peaceful president. You get in, and then you're authorizing people to go to war. Because unfortunately, the people who surround you tell you, Mr. President, you want to be a feminist, you want to be an idealist, but the world as it is right now is that we have to go to war. And I think that, unfortunately, is what defines many of the things we see as expressions like Nollywood that demeans women and set of stereotypes. Because for the people who write the content today, their world, the prism through which they see the world, is evidently influenced by the patriarchy. I mean, I grew up. I was born in 1977. In the early 80s, there was nothing that told me that women should be equal to men. My dad was the head of the home. He spoke, you were quiet. My mom spoke, we laughed. In fact, when my mom was going to beat us, we would give her the belt to use to beat us. She would beat us and we would laugh, and then she would get upset. I mean, the only thing we didn't like was when she decides not to flog and she talks to you. Oh God. So we were very quick to give her the belt, or she will use her hand to slap your back. But that's the world I grew up in. And then I got married, and then this woman tells me she's a feminist. And I'm like, what's going on here? But guess what? The amount of re-education that I had to do between when I consciously became a man and today has been massive. And I think this is the reason why, yes, we've made progress. 60% of women winning the big awards is great. But I think we still need to be on high alert and push back on almost everything. I went to an office, a public office in Nigeria, to ask for a document. And there were two women seated there. And then they asked me to give them a certain set of documents. And I looked at the list and I said, oh, but you're not asking for my spouse's approval. And they said, oh, you're a man. You don't need your spouse's approval. So I said, who would need a spouse approval to get this certificate? And they said, well, if you're a woman, your husband would have to approve for you to get the certificate. And I was like, are you kidding? You're women and you are telling me this. And they were like, this is the way the world is. And we had a very good conversation. My certificate came out very fast. I've just been told it's ready. It was supposed to take 3 weeks. I'm sure it's partly because of that conversation. Because I challenged them and said, listen, this is part of the problem. When I go to, when I'm traveling and I complain that I'm traveling with my baby, my own baby, and I ask for a restroom that has a changing table, and someone responds and says, oh, where's the mother? Now, that is the word as it is. And that is the reason why the content we find online today is tilted towards that bias. So I think that, yes, men must be involved, but also women, we need to make sure that this is not taken as a light conversation. It has to be radical. Because the only way to shock us out of our reality, because our reality, I'll tell you this bluntly, my present reality is that if my wife needs a passport, I have to endorse it. Yes, she can't get to renew her passport if I don't sign. That's the law. In Nigeria, that's the law. By the way, there's a court case that has thrown this out, but even the female officers in charge would never allow my wife to get a new passport if I don't sign. Now, that's my reality, and that's why when I get there, I throw a fit. And they're like, are you a woman? But that's the only way we can shock ourselves out of our current reality. I mean, things as simple as, so they just stepped out in my colleague, things as simple as panel selections. We host an annual forum, and you have no idea how it is often difficult. So there was one of those sessions where all the 3 ladies on the panel couldn't make it. And that's one of the reasons why the world needs to change, by the way. One of the reasons one of them couldn't make it was because she had a baby. If my wife has a baby, it's very likely I can still travel, right? For a conference. Well, not in my case, except I don't want a good roof over my head. It makes sense. Because it will be, if I get back home and she's already stressed from the new baby, I will also get, some of that, backlash. So it's difficult at times, but we have to do it. So the 3 ladies couldn't make it. We had to find 3 other ladies. Otherwise, you're going to end up with, what we've now called a manual. And people have even suggested that if you ever end up on a manual as a man, you should refuse to speak there. And I understand why we need to be that reactive. All the way to things like selection. So Nick is back in the room. He knows this. We have this conversation all the time. That there is no way in the world an organization can improve if all the energy you have in the room is testosterone-based, or all the names you have in the room are the same names. The problem is that you're going to think the same way, and unfortunately, you won't even realize that the content you're creating, is biased. And my final point on this apology on behalf of Nollywood is that we also have a major market-driven problem. A major market-driven problem. I'll tell you this. One of my best musicians in Nigeria, well, the 2 of them, Asha, who's, I'm sure everybody knows Asha, right? If you don't, then Google her. You must know Asha, right? The other person is Bez Dakula, who almost even joined us at this forum. Bez is not your kind of, loud music and jump. He sings conscious, beautiful music. But unfortunately, he's not a commercial success like those who make noise. who do what we call pangolo music. Pangolo is just beat any can or anything, any new dance, like, just dance well, put some African women in the video, and you've got good music. That's what sells. Unfortunately, we also need to create an economic shift in content consumption. We need to make diverse content sexy. Unfortunately, right now, much of the diverse content we have is very angry content. And it's understandably angry. It should be angry, but it has to be more sexy. It has to be more appealing. Because otherwise, the economics of it would mean that we will tokenistically agree with you that, okay, we should have, balanced content, but what sells is not balanced content. So, our work at Paradigm Initiative started not in digital rights, started 2007 in digital inclusion. And the reason was very simple. I mean, I grew up in a small sleepy town in Nigeria where the best I could be was become a civil servant, get married, retire, and die. I mean, I couldn't dream bigger than that. But then I came face to face with the internet, and that was my new experience. And so we decided what we were going to do was to connect young people in underserved areas. And when we talk about diversity and inclusion, we're not just talking about gender here. We're talking about opportunity also. Because one of the biggest problems that we have on this continent today is that everyone wants to, the reason you have traffic in Nairobi is because everybody comes to Nairobi. The same thing in Lagos. I finished from school in sleepy, quiet Ife town in Nigeria. I packed my one rucksack bag with Sylvester Stallone's face on it, and I went straight to Lagos because that's where I could get a job. But unfortunately, as long as there are no opportunities for the underserved, we'll continue to have this problem. And this is how we started. And when we moved to some new locations, to the southeast of Nigeria, for example, we came face to face with some reality where a father would insist that if you're going to select a child from a house, it has to be a man. In fact, in one of those cases, and I was proud to be there on the day this lady graduated. So she graduated, and the father kind of made a scene because he wanted to be there at that graduation. And I was like, what's the story? So I asked our program officer, and the story was very simple. The dad had insisted that a boy should replace the girl that was selected from his house because girls just need to marry a rich man anyway to be successful. But this girl went through the program, then got a job, and of course didn't tell her father. Told her mom, got a job, bought her own form for her entrance exam into a tertiary institution by herself from her own hard-earned money. And so the day she was graduating, the reason the father wanted to come there was because the only person in their family had saved him from the shame of having to say, I don't have money to buy you this form, so stay one more year. He said, get out. And I was glad to see that this is what conscious inclusion brings. It changes the entire story. So move up north a bit to Kano, where we were literally told by the leaders of the community, see, girls covered and should be seen, but not heard. But today, I mean, just a few days ago, I saw, a tweet from the office about, some of the girls that had just gone through training and, getting certificates. And I was thinking to myself, 11 years ago, we were literally begging people to come for training and parents would say, no, not for the girls. But today, I can tell you clearly, this is not even about guessing, 55%. It used to be you will struggle to get 5%, 55%. How did we move from 5 to 55%? It was consciousness. It was also being able to demonstrate, and this is where mentorship, which was mentioned earlier, is important. One of the things that changed the story for us was because we started having female volunteers. Because they were all male volunteers who came to class, it was difficult for the girls to understand that telling them they could be something was real. Because it was a guy in front of them, they couldn't relate. It was the same reason why one of my most iconic pictures in the entire Black conversation in the United States was the picture of the boy who touched Barack Obama's hair. That meant nothing to most people, but I could understand what was going on there. Now, this boy had been told, oh, you're Black, you can be anything, you can be president, you can be anything. Then he saw Barack Obama and touched his hair. I mean, how is this kinky? Is it black hair? Because hair is political. And then he touched the hair and it was black hair, not just, you know, kind of almost black. It was black hair. And right now, if you tell that boy you can be president, he will believe it. Many years ago, which is why I think, you know, I really wanted Hillary to win. I mean, she's not perfect, but so that at least when you tell a woman that you can be president in America, she won't be like, you're right. You know, the best you can do is just crack, you know, create some millions of cracks, you know, in the glass ceiling and all that. But the last kind of inclusion I want to talk about is also, in terms of diversity I want to talk about is the diversity of opinion and expression. You all have copies, I hope, of our recent report on digital rights. One of the reasons why governments keep clamping down on expression online is because we do not tolerate diversity of opinion. Just earlier this morning, about 2 a.m., one of the governors of Nigeria, who should be in jail, by the way, because there is clear evidence he collected bribes from people. I mean, he was putting dollars in his pocket. I mean, how stupid can you be? There's someone asking you, sir, please stand up so that you can put the money in your pockets. That way it will go deeper. Of course, someone is recording. You should know. If they're telling you to stand up, they're recording. He stood up. This idiot stood up, put the money in his pocket. There have been 4 or 5 videos released of him, and he had the audacity to tweet yesterday that they were going to prosecute some people in Nigeria. And I responded and said, how about you go first. We'll prosecute you first. And then my timeline went under attack. And you know what I did? Very simple. I started checking out the profiles of people attacking me. Guess what? They were either heads of agencies in Kano State, his own state, or working for the Kano State government. And I'm like, this is the reason why people clamp down on voices, because anything that sounds like calling you to question becomes an automatic attack. I have been told many times before that our work is either stupid or it sucks or something. My team members will tell you this. The first thing we do is not to cut off that opinion. For example, I have never blocked anyone on Twitter. I've got over 100,000 followers, and you can imagine how many of them say things to me I don't like, but I don't block. The reason is this: criticism is cheap or almost free consulting. When you tell me something is wrong with me, you've done me a favor. You've done me a favor, because my friends won't tell me. My friends in this room will probably not tell me something is wrong right now. If, you know, I've got like the things all over my face and I look really like odd, yesterday, my friend went on stage for the wrong panel and I didn't even tell him. That's what friends do, right? Friends get you in trouble. They make you, you know, show yourself. Which is why we need, if there was someone who didn't like, you know, actually, yesterday, that person would have said to him, oh, come on, you are so stupid. You are going for a wrong panel. And that would be helpful to him. If we're ever going to get, you know, diverse content, it has to be conscious. We need to realize, we're all guilty of this. It's not just the government. I mean, just check Twitter for a few minutes. Someone tweets at you and says, you know, what you're doing is good, but it's not good enough. Why don't you do it this way? And you really get emotional. Like, oh my God, you mean of all the work we've done and things like that? Calm down. This is the reason why next year, from April next year, we used to host something called the Internet Freedom Forum in Nigeria every year. Next year, its name is changing to the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. And the reason is very simple. We have all this conversation about digital rights and all the other sexy topics, but unfortunately, we're creating a second level of digital divide. Not even a second level, a third level. There's a first level of connectedness, there's a second level of gender, and there's a third level of opinion. People who don't sound like us, we don't select them to come to our meetings. People who condemn the things we do, we're like, this one is on our blacklist. We're not going to listen to him and things like that. And that has to change. That has to change. Otherwise, we're all going to end up, you know, like they say in my local language, when people sleep and put their heads in the same direction. As long as we do that, we're deceiving ourselves. We'll come back again next year to the same forum. We'll talk about creating diverse content, but our operating system remains unupgraded. So my challenge is we need to upgrade our operating system. As it is right now, diversity and inclusion is not default for us. So we need to jolt ourselves out of that, out of that state.
Thank you so much. I think we've had it all. We need to make conscious inclusion because that is the world as it is. We need re-education. We need modeling. You know, we need to see the women out there. So it has to be conscious. We need, when we're talking of diversity and inclusion, we're talking of opportunity. And I love the whole aspect of the opinion. You know, so again, those are areas that we really need to think about when we talk about diversity and inclusion. And very recently, actually, in Kenya, when we had the debate on the gender representation in our legislature, I remember one man saying that, look, where I come from, you know, we have a lot of women and they elected me and they did not elect their own woman, you know. So, you know, again, I like the whole idea of patriarchy and the fact that even the women, we need re-education also, and we also need that consciousness, you know, so that even as we are talking about gender issues as pertains to diversity and inclusion, you know, it's a very, very deliberate thing that we are doing. Finally, last but not least, we are going to have Modoni make her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And such a wonderful panel, gosh. It'll be hard to, let me speak about other things other than the woman, or because that has been covered so well, I can't even talk.
You have said everything that you wanted to say.
For myself, they've said everything that I wanted to say. So my name is Yvonne Muroni. I work with Hivos Foundation. I'm a consultant for a project called the Colorful Workplaces. So what Colorful Workplaces does is we are trying to encourage the uptake and implementation of diversity and inclusion policies. And we have a focus on the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer, gender non-conforming, questioning people, plus. As an adult, you can identify the way you want to identify. A lot of my, a major part of my work is just trying to influence implementation of policies, because we know multinational companies have policies that are, you know, inclusive of the LGBTI spectrum. They have very, very detailed policies on D&I. And when I say D&I, I mean diversity and inclusion. You know, I go on and talk about D&I, and then you guys are like, what is D&I? So D&I, when I say D&I, I mean diversity and inclusion. So for me, when it comes to D&I online, and I'm going to say everybody in this room, everybody in the world has been a minority at some point in your life. Everyone has been a minority, whether it's because of your race, whether it's because of your gender, whether it's because of your gender identity, whether it's because of your sexual orientation, whether it's because you have a Kenyan accent, a Luo accent, American accent, you have been a minority at some point in your life. So imagine how that feels when it's a part of you every day. It's not a good feeling. And when that is being used to disrespect who you are, when it's how toxic people work, like the minds are, you know, they infiltrate. It's like a rotten egg. Everything else becomes rotten. So the minute you give this person space, the minute you don't call out toxicity, you are an enabler to that toxicity. You are an enabler to that oppression. You are an enabler to that regime of misogyny, of oppression, of bullying. So for me, I think the most important thing when it comes to being an inclusive society is to deplatform toxicity. And when I talk about deplatforming toxicity, I mean don't continue giving a platform by keeping quiet or by encouraging because you have a different opinion from this person. Deplatform these people. Deplatforming hate mongering the creators is important. I think, like I said, everything else was covered. Yes. I think the most important thing for me, I think, is just a campaign on deplatforming exclusion, a campaign on, being more aware of, other people being bullied. Like if you see, if it's, let's say your woman is being bullied or being body shamed, call it out. If it's new, emerging, and this is another thing, emerging content creators. We have so many of them, and I like what someone said yesterday. That people go for an event and then you're told, we might not pay you, but we're giving you a platform. Is this person going to use that platform for breakfast? Really? When you call someone, you have a budget. Pay that person. They have done work. You end up getting someone, and someone else was saying this, you end up getting someone who is holding the camera, trying to produce content, trying to come up with content. Come on. Pay your people, pay people who are working for you, pay people who are coming to your events and actually doing something productive, trying to make this world a better place for themselves and for everyone else. Then there's another thing on inclusion. And I don't know whether everyone here watches Scandal because I'm going to use this. So I was watching something, yes. So I was watching something on my laptop and I can't remember what show it was. And I was so amazed. So as I'm watching this, I get very irritated because there's a background voice. I'm like, who is this talking in the background? Why is this video not clear? But this series actually took into account that the people who are blind, who want to watch the show, it was not Scandal, it was some other show, I can't remember. And so there was a narrator explaining everything that is happening in the show. If it's Olivia Pope, we will say, oh, Olivia Pope is walking down the White House in a white jacket. So they will give you the vision, the view in word, so that you can hear it because you can't see it. That is what we call inclusion. That is what inclusion looks like. And that is where we should aspire to be. Those are the people we should be awarding. That kind of inclusion. Not leaving out another group because it's not my problem. It's your problem. Because the minute you give this oppressor space, he will invade your space too. Because like I said, they spread like wildfire and they don't know their limits. When a bully cannot bully this group anymore, he'll move on to the next one. And he'll come because he's finished this one. So yeah, let's be accountable to each other. Let's treat all human beings with dignity and respect. Because I think the root cause of all our human problems is exclusion. We began with excluding. We began with, thinking that one person could rule over us and whatever they said was right, and he was toxic. So let's just be more inclusive. Let's just be more respectful. Let's treat each other with humanity and dignity. And we'll become a better society for it.
Thank you very much, Modoni. And let's give that panel, a very powerful panel, another round of applause. Has highlighted the whole issue of the need to have policy. Again, we talked earlier about engaging with governments. We talked about being proactive. And so policy is very, very key because you must have a framework based on which even the laws will be made. So she has brought out a very key point. Again, she has taken us back to the whole issue of sustainability. And I believe one of the main reasons why we are discussing diversity and inclusion this morning is because it ties into the whole idea of sustainability. We are content producers. We are trying to look at this in terms of how can it contribute towards our own sustainability. We had people sharing their success stories yesterday, and this is about the creative economy. So we must always go back to that whole issue of sustainability. She has also brought out again the issue of conscious inclusion, especially when it comes to minority groups. And she has highlighted the fact that we have all been minorities at one point or the other. So even in creating that content, making sure that there's a conscious inclusiveness and deplatforming, I think it also takes us back to the whole issue of education, the whole issue of, maybe modeling and making sure that we are using people who have succeeded in that whole area to sort of role model and sort of, re-educate our minds and get rid of those stereotypes. So I think those have been very, very useful contributions. And I'm not sure how much time we have remaining, but in our next session, we would like to go into groups, maybe about 3 groups, so that we can delve into those issues that they have brought out very clearly, much deeper, and then thereafter we will come back for the tea break. So I think group 1 will deal with the whole issue of content. You can get your tea first, and then when you come back, then we will go into the group work. Yeah, so let's stop there for now. We grab our cup of tea. Thank you very much, our very able men and women panelists. So you can take about 10 minutes, maybe. Yeah, then you can come and have your tea as we continue with the discussions. So that way we kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Meeting him tonight. Yes. Yes, my friend. Yeah. But they're friends. They're also yeah. It's also tricky. I tried with him. And that was yeah. You will have yeah. At least. Yeah, when you ask him. It's almost like
I like that.
we have to, I will show you how to do it. We need to be, for example,
Okay. So we are going to have 3 groups. But before we break up into the groups, I will request our panelists to come back on stage so that we can have a short Q&A, and that will give us further insights that probably can be of use within the discussions in the group. So we're going to have 3 groups. Now, the first group will look at challenges, trends, and opportunities as pertains to diversity of African content on platforms. We heard from the panel that we haven't had African content, sufficient African content on our platforms. So diversity of African content on platforms. Who would like to be in group 1? Challenges, trends, and opportunities. Okay, so maybe you can stand so that you can all see each other. Okay, I go over the 3. Okay. The second one, which will also look at challenges, trends, and opportunity, will be how do we make conscious, independent content, not influenced by current market dynamics? So how do we make it more appealing or more sexy? And how do we support and ensure sustainability of emerging content creators through inclusion? Yeah. So how do we make conscious, independent content not influenced by current market dynamics? And how do we make it more appealing and support and ensure sustainability of emerging content creators? And then the last one is about conscious inclusion. So we are going to look at the whole issue of mentoring, training, capacity building, and collaborating with other networks for inclusion to drive sustainability, and also, to ensure inclusion and to ensure that we have a more positive narrative that we think is representative of African content. So conscious inclusion. So those are the 3 groups. So group 1, diversity of African content on platforms. Anyone in group 1? Okay, you can stand so that you can see each other. So group 1 can sit on this end of the room. And then group 2 will be in the middle on how do we make conscious, independent content not influenced by current market dynamics, making it more appealing and supporting to ensure sustainability of emerging content creators. So who would like to be in group 2? Okay, group 2 can meet around here, somewhere in the middle. And then the last group on conscious inclusion, mentoring, training, capacity building, collaborations with other networks, so that we have sustainability. So group 3, okay. Group 3 is already gelled and on that side of the room. On that side. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So we're going to have the Q&A. So I'll kindly request our esteemed panel to come back on stage. That side. So group 3 to my right, group 2 in the middle, and group 1 to my left. So I'm requesting the panelists kindly to come back on stage for a short Q&A before we start the actual group sessions. Dorothy? Wamadai, Dorothy, I can see Benga here, Modoni, and we have and Prudence. So before you go into the group discussions, the panel is back on stage and we want to have a short Q&A. We would like to have a short Q&A, so the panel is on stage.
Hello. Okay, so before we start with the group work, hey, yeah, so before we start with the group work, we realized that we did not have a Q&A session for the panels, and I know for the panel rather, and some of us had some questions. So we would like to give you, and I know some of what they're going to say is going to contribute to your discussions. So if anyone has a question for any of the panelists here, we'll go around with the mic. We'll make this like a 15-minute session. I think 15 at most, that's enough time. So where are the hands? And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any other hand? So we'll take those 5. We'll start from this side. And I'll prioritize the lady here.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panel for your brilliant contributions. My name is Achola Rosario. I'm a former journalist from Uganda. I've just started on my own production company here in Nairobi called Abyssinian Ronin Productions. I just want to share how I got into starting a production company. As a journalist, I used to be a fixer. And I used to get companies from Europe. I remember this particular one from Norway. They wanted to film a slum. So I took them to a slum and they said, no, this slum is not clean enough. It's too clean. So I took them to another slum. And guess what? Do you know, instead of filming the slum, they went and filmed the garbage, like literally the garbage on the slum, and then moved up filming to these kids with running snot and what else. Like, you know, I'm really fed up with this. I'm fed up with this narrative that they always show of Africa. The second reason was why I do documentaries, music videos, and local content for television. So now getting into music videos, I got fed up of, we watch music videos. Literally, it's all they do is stick a camera up a woman's behind and tell her to shake. And a lot of times, have you noticed they're wearing less and less and less and less on the behind? So now it's just like, it's literally a naked behind. So I talked to a couple of artists. I was like, yeah, let me make a music video for you. And they're like, oh, aren't you a bit old to be one of them told me, aren't you a bit old to be a music vixen? I told him, I'm not interested in being a vixen. I actually want to film the music video for you. And they were shocked. And I noticed over time that they literally, in Uganda, I don't know about here, but in Uganda, there are literally no female music videos, female music video producers. So that's what I want to do, because it's the only way to change the narrative. And finally, local content. What Prue Namishanda was talking about, this is something that is really, really important, because TV and mainstream media is this huge monster that is totally, no one cares about it. No one is feeding it with correct information. So let's try and support people who are trying to change mainstream media.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. My name is Richard from Bloggers of Zambia. I'd like to get the attention of Dorothy, but also to congratulate all the panelists. Very wonderful and engaging conversations. Dorothy, I was not quite clear about the decisions. At what point does Google arrive at the decision to put down content? And I think in the conversation you are referring to the right to be forgotten. There's an extra right actually that has been added to the list of human rights, the right to be forgotten on the internet, where there was some bad content about you, now you want to be the president, and that content comes and starts haunting you and standing in your way. Then you go to Google that, please, can you put down this content, because all the search engines, it just keeps coming out. How do you, what is the, I would like to get some clarification on the right to be forgotten. And also, you talked about algorithms, especially with regard to African content. Sometimes someone Googled white man stole black man's car. Google brought the search results. Did you mean black man stole white man's car? So how is Google holding around the algorithms? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Where were the other?
Hi, good morning. I wanted to elaborate on the point of consciousness, and I would like to address a question. When we talk about the term of consciousness, we know that it's about how are we acting on the level present, on the level of the present that we are living in, but putting in mind that all of our action is justified by the subconscious mind that we are having. And the subconscious mind are just accumulative of repetitive cultural perspectives, norms, and even knowledge. And the effect of the knowledge that we are acquiring throughout our life is a little bit slow on extending the old knowledge that we have inherited from the cultural perspectives that we are having. So the idea is, how can we trying to find a tricky way in order to address those new informations and knowledge regarding the gender equity things, regarding changing the perspective of how black or not the actual black, because right now all of us, we know whenever we address the word black, there is some certain stereotype criteria. So how can we change those criteria of black into another black? Do we have to use arts, or we can just depend on the scientific things? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joan Kabugu. I'm a writer and filmmaker. My content is biased towards women, teens, and indigenous communities. And my question, I'm curious to find out,
how do we sort of bridge the gap and include content creators in the rural and peri-urban areas who sort of have deeper insight on, the rich culture, the rich history in the context. And still on that, like, how do we create collaborations in that space and, have really good, well-told stories, which, will be higher on the list instead of music videos, no offense. And yeah.
Thank you for that. Was there another hand on this side? Okay, so I think, oh wait, yeah, there was that hand. Yeah, sorry, I can't take in so many questions, but feel free to engage with the panelists during lunchtime or any time today.
Thank you. My name is Paul Mutuku. I'm a writer. Just had one insight I wanted to just bring in, because in my opinion, this gender issue is unfavorably skewed in favor of women. And the boy child here is being pushed down, because if you people are saying that 65% of content creators are women, I think it's high time we had some affirmative action of sorts in favor of men. So the feminists in the house say hi.
I don't think it was 65% of content is actually by women. He was actually saying for big awards, 65% of the awards are for women. So yeah, let's just correct. Not necessarily. We can contest that, but I'll now give the mic to the panelists, and I hope you've picked your questions. And
yeah. I like what the lady from Uganda said on how do we change the mainstream media to be able to tell the stories that reflect the diversity and inclusiveness that we are looking at. In my role, when I interact with media houses, I think the time that we will begin to change that narrative is when we have more female editors who then look at the story and change that. I see that there's always a difference when it's a male editor. What they choose to highlight is because again, it's dominated by the patriarchy that Brenda talked about, can be very skewed. And when you talk to female editors and talk to them about issues that show inclusion, that they change the story. A woman editor would not show a picture of a girl. Let's say there's a story of a girl who has, and I remember in Kenya we had, what was the story? 2 years ago, someone had been killed, or it was a girl, and you could see her whole body and mutilated, and they were just showing without thinking, this is a girl, she's naked, we can't do this, it's not right, we need to have another headline, but just show it there. It's someone who does not see that that's wrong. So again, I think that goes back to the question of, how do we have representation? And that goes to the diversity that we're talking about. That if you look at a media house, how many female editors and how many male editors? If you look at your organization, the leadership level, is it diverse? Because when there's no diversity, then there is lack of thinking, because it's the same people who think the same way, who look and talk the same way, and will not think, that's strange, why are we not having that? So I think that's one thing. On the question on the right to be forgotten, it's a question we wrestled with a lot before we were taken to court. One of the issues that started it was a politician saying that, I'm now running for office, I don't want anything to do with me appearing online. And we are saying, but if you had stolen, or if you had raped someone, or if you had done something that is socially considered evil, the right to be forgotten does not apply to you. It means that when people go online, they should still be able to see that they cannot deal with you because of the social ills you've done, and they should be made aware that when they're dealing with you, that is there. A lot of back and forth, and I think in our board that looks at people who make their appeals and say, I want to be forgotten, and this is the reason why I want to be forgotten. And you put that up, the first thing is it true that you did that? And should we be able to pull it out? And it depends on the courts in various countries and what they see as what is it doing to you. So I think we had a recent case in Spain where someone said they had been accused, well, they had stolen some money and they had not paid, they defaulted on a loan. And therefore, each time you looked at their profile, it still showed them as a defaulter. But they had settled, they had then settled it. And they were saying now they don't want to appear. When it has been proven that that's not the case, then the board, which is comprised of people, not at Google, but of experts in various areas, then that right will be granted to you. However, when it is something that you did, if you stole money and it's there and you stole public funds, you cannot wish it away. And so you can come, you can go to court and say, I want to be forgotten because I'm running for government. That will still be there because did you steal? Yes. Have you returned that money and it's, you've settled it? No. Then that will still appear. And so it's something that is constantly under question. And I think many people do come and say, I don't want to see it. And many times we have returned it, saying, no, did you rape these people? Did you do this? That will still appear. So I think it's a case where a lot of sensitivities go into and a lot of questioning by the experts if it should be removed. But I think that you cannot do something and then hope that your right to be forgotten will then vindicate you against what you did. If what you did is what you did, it will be there. And so I remember in Kenya when we were doing, during the elections 2 years ago, we had someone who had stolen and they were running and it was like, we are going to ask for the right to be forgotten. And we're like, this, you're not going to win this because the case is still in court, you have stolen, it hasn't changed, it will go on. So I think it's something that is sensitive and people look at it, but on record is like, you will not have the right to be forgotten if it can be proved that that's what you did. So you cannot do wrong in society and then hope that if it's reported when you want to run for government, you can wish it away. I think that that will just not happen and that you will be held accountable for that. And as we say, we want to be where we reflect the truth as it is or as it is reported. And unless there is something wrong, we won't. The other thing has to do with privacy, which hasn't been. And I'm thinking of a case in Kenya where those who are in Kenya, I think you have seen that Google has been sued many times because they've refused to divulge the name of a blogger. So we take privacy very seriously. So if Wamadai here has written about something and he's on Blogger, and the government says, we know that he writes on Blogger, that's your platform, we need you to release the details of Wamadai to us. We have always said that privacy is sacred, and if someone is using our platform, we will not release the records of that person, and the government will have to find another way of finding that information. That's because when one makes a choice to use our platform, they also give us the trust, and therefore we are respecting the use of our platform, and we will not divulge the name of that person or the details or their contacts unless it's, yes, a big court case.
I wanted to talk about what the gentleman talked about, conscious, basically getting people to change their thinking on toxic ideas. About 7 years ago, on Kenyan Twitter, people used to say really horrible things. And at that time, they felt that there were no repercussions. Nothing is going to happen. And people who are, conscious and who were in touch with the humanity started asking questions and started pointing out that actually it's not okay to say this and say that and have these thoughts and voice them. Fast forward to now. Some of those people who are posting all these horrible things cannot get some jobs, cannot access certain things because they have a track record of saying misogynistic things. People have not forgotten 7 years later. There needs to be a forceful pointing out, sometimes ignoring, blocking, reporting of toxic content online. They will be forced to change because there are repercussions to whatever it is, whatever toxic thing that they're talking about. The most toxic person on the Kenyan internet lost his Twitter account, which had about 1 million followers, because Twitter noticed he was constantly getting reported. That would not have happened 7 years ago. So I feel that sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to be a community, but I think that's what has happened in Kenya. Like you sort of like coalesce together and start doing these things together, so that these platforms can note and know that this particular person is toxic, and as in this case, they lose access to a platform. I hope I've answered your question. I think I'll also tackle Joanne's question on the content creators in rural and very urban areas. There's a friend of mine, his name is Daniel Ominde, and I met him. He's from Kisumu, and he has lived in Kisumu for as long as I've known him. And he was the first blogger from Kisumu that I met. And he was a member of BIG. And when we discovered him, what we did was we supported him so that he was able to do training workshops in Kisumu. And right now, we have about I think roughly, if I'm not wrong, I think there are like 500 bloggers and content creators now in Kisumu. Of course, not all of them are because of him, but quite a bit because of the work that he did, and of course being seen as someone who's creating content from Kisumu, and showcasing the place. So I feel the best thing is to train content creators in these places. So go to as many remote areas as possible. We've been to 20 counties, but go to as many remote places as possible. Identify, train, support, and then also use those people to train and mentor other people. That works. It works because sometimes representation is important. When you think about it, if you're from Kajiado, you don't know any single content creator. You have no one to look up to. But if you know someone who is a content creator in Kajiado, and you're an aspiring one, it's possible they will inspire you or help you, mentor you, etc. So I feel that's the thing, and we've done that in Nakuru, in Mombasa, and in another place I can't remember. Actually, Mombasa and Nakuru are actually even bigger than Nairobi, by the way. Between Nakuru really surprised me. When we do training workshops there, we get like 100 people, plan for 50. So it's that thing of identifying and then using those people to train others. We don't need affirmative action for men. Listen, just because they are women doesn't mean that they're not creating content that a man can't lead, enjoy, etc. I mean, they're just content creators. Gender is nothing. And I think, for instance, if I think about it, like about I think 8-9 years ago, I had never read any fashion content ever. But a friend of mine called Nancy Moy started blogging, and it's interesting. Like you discover things that I did not know, because she also does male fashion. So I feel it's actually a good thing, because it's also like opens kind of your mind, and then also women have a different perspective. I mean, sure, I don't want to meet men 100%. Men are really boring. So yeah.
I think I'm just also going to touch on that comment of Bertrand. I find it very, very disturbing, because it waters down what we're trying to do, and that is gain where men have gained before unfairly. We are discriminated left, right, center. Let me give an example of when you walk into an interview, bias and discrimination and just everything wrong starts at recruitment. Beginning with your name, when you send in your CV. Man, if you have a tribalistic person there, and your name is either Otieno or Nyambura, and they're biased on one side, unconscious bias will check in. Then you sit there, and I strongly believe in scraping off this interview question. How much salary were you earning? I'm about to start using words because I get very emotional. So when you ask a woman, how much were you earning in your former job? Number one, don't you have a budget for that position? Then aren't you continuing the gender pay gap by asking this? Because where she's coming from, she was already being paid less. It's reality. She was already being paid less. So you asking this person in the interview, how much are you expecting for salary? They'll probably quote something less, because that's what is there. That's what is in the market. Women are paid less. So me, when someone starts saying boy child, I get very angry, and I do not find it funny. It's not a laughing matter. I think it's very disrespectful to where we want our society to be when it comes to so in Kenya we have 880 women, 880,000 women compared to 1.6 million men working. So it's not a competition, and it's not we're coming to take over your jobs. It's just a question of do the right thing. Yeah. Hello. Then also, just touching on conscious bias and unconscious bias, because I think that was also what I talked about earlier. I think we just need to we need to just unsocialize ourselves from the things that we've been taught to be biased against. It's a conscious and very hard effort. Like I'm very biased when it comes to certain things. I want to give an example, but yeah, I'm very biased. Everyone has biases, so it's just a conscious effort of unbiasing your mind, unbiasing your beliefs, unbiasing, questioning what you've been told this is the right thing. You've been told women belong in the kitchen, men belong, in the business and making money. and bias yourself from that. It's a conscious effort, and it's very hard. Yeah. Also things like disability. You know, that conscious effort of being very intentionally inclusive. Like at Hivos, we try every time we can. We always try and make sure we know whether there's someone who is hearing impaired or who is visually impaired. For example, like the last colorful workplaces, we actually had to consciously, we were like, wait, there's someone blind who's coming to this conference. So we need our program to be in braille. And we had braille programs. So it's that conscious effort. It takes a lot, but the more you do it, the more natural it becomes. Yeah? Then yeah, just deplatforming toxicity, boy-child manenos, deplatforming all that. Just don't give people a platform for toxicity. Deplatform, unfollow and like, don't block. But yeah, question. That's, yeah, I guess that's it. So I'll point out examples of how you can be conscious and deliberate. Let me look at the natural hair movement in Uganda, but Kenya also, and the Black women in the US. 7 years ago, if you had natural hair, people would automatically think you're broke. And I mean, yeah, in fact, a friend of mine was walking downtown, because downtown the consciousness has not yet really got there, and they said, you look pretty, but your husband didn't give you money for hair. She was so mad, and she gave education, but it wasn't working. So the natural hair movement, right now, natural is the new cool. Like you walk around town, they know you're the cool one, you're the woke one with natural hair, because it's been delivered. So in the natural hair movement as well, there's like some toxicity that was coming in, such that if I share my kinky shrunk hair, I'll get like one like, and somebody that say, oh, look how easy it was. Yet they spent a night twisting it, and I don't know, all those things, and then they would get like 500 likes. So then I had to post, I repost something, and that I read on Twitter, and saying that this natural hair movement is not a marathon. Why don't you appreciate everyone's hair the way it is? As long as dandruff is not falling out and the hair is oiled, let us appreciate everyone's look, because this is our hair, and that is where identity comes from. But the 7 years effort is paying off. We have the new cool ones with natural hair, and the long, straight Brazilian hair is not a thing anymore. So then I tried to engage bullies. I knew, because I know them. They have so many numbers on the UOT, and then I called them in a meeting. I didn't know they were the bullies. So I got conscious men, but majority were bullies. And so the hashtag was mental bullies. So then as they spoke, I was like, oh my God, this is never going to change. They couldn't understand, because they had this habit of posting like a picture of a beautiful woman and say, oh, that banner looks good. Yet they are using women to get retweets. So I remember Wamadhai, I think there's a time a Ugandan bully posted a Kenyan photo of a girl. Then Wamadhai, I woke up to Wamadhai's WhatsApp messages. Prudence, please help. Who is this bully? So I went to the bully and asked, hey, you posted someone's picture did you ask her? She's not nude, but she was uncomfortable in her picture, which she had posted on her Facebook page, being posted. And it was a stupid tweet. And so I negotiated. It was early in the morning, I was even still in my bed. I was like, pull down that picture. You feminists, blah, 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 blah. In fact, the world is favoring you. How about the boy child? I was like, wait a minute. At the expense of the girl's picture, you got 500 retweets. So you slept well and feeling famous, but I pulled down that picture. So bullies are the weakest things on earth, because once you shoot them in the eye, then they start cowering. They are impositors. So we negotiated, and I said, you know that you're bully, you know that you're troll, you know that you're toxic. And I was telling him, and then he said, but you feminists, I don't know what is wrong with you. I'm like, say whatever I want to say, but I want that picture down. All right, do as you please. Now the women are the ones in power. I said, fine, pull. I don't want to hear anything else. Pull it down. And he pulled. And that's why I don't block most of them. Especially, and there's another case. I was on TV talking about, it's sometime back, there's a campaign in Kenya, My Dress, My Choice. And so I was the Ugandan that was tweeting. So there's this show on TV, the hashtag, and they wanted me to throw more light. So I said, women have agency, and it's okay if women walk naked. And many Ugandans took offense. I was like, if a woman feels comfortable with her body out there, so I had to be extreme. Then he started trolling me during the show. Then after that, I was looking at the comments, and then I said, okay, let's take this on the timeline. No, let's go to the inbox. I said, no, let's do it. You started it on the timeline, let us end on the timeline. Then he took it to the DM. Oh yeah, so what I was trying to say, then he asked me, hello, Prudence, I see you are being profiled in magazines, and can you give me a job? And then, but you're trolling me. Is that the best way to ask for a job? So bullies ideally are cowards. So then also offline violence among big wigs on Twitter. There is one big wig, okay, they call themselves big wigs, who had an influencer. He had so many followers, but he was abusing his girlfriend. And this is the thing, he was in the same neighborhood I was in. Yeah? So I'm coming from church on Sunday, and this girl is bruised. She said, Prudence, come and help me. Pro, come help me. So I said, okay, before I do anything like tweeting, let me help. So I called her to my house. It became a shelter for some time. And then I said, can I tweet about this? She said, no. I was like, I respect that. So after some time, when she was ready, we had to call out a bully. And you know what? The influencer was working for women's organizations. And he was always respect women's rights. All these hashtags that women's organizations come up with. 16 days, he's the one with the orange, and he's the woke man. But he was abusing his girlfriend. And so we have made life so difficult for him. We made it so difficult for him, and he inboxed. He's like, Kama is that way. And it will come back to you. I was like, I'm not feeling guilty. There's no way you can continue enjoying money from women's organizations simply because you have, and also we were asking the women's organizations, what's wrong with you? Wait, there are women out there, you don't want to give them jobs. You're giving these jobs to these bullies. Why? So why don't you do your research very well? So it has to be deliberate, it has to be conscious, we have to call out we can't say that what happens offline is different. If you're not my friend, or if you're trolling me online, don't expect me if I meet you at a bloggers meeting to smile at you. I have no business with you. You hurt me. And how do you expect me to be smiling at you? Then I'll be enabling. You have to come and give an online apology and an offline apology, especially those Ugandans that I meet all the time. You don't say what happens online stays online. What happens? No, we are the same person. In fact, we are more online right now than we are offline. We go for dinner, and guess what? We are tweeting. You go as friends, and you're checking your timeline. So even your physical friends don't matter. So you're more on your character is being shaped online. You are telling who you are offline. So you can't start telling me that your online character is different from the one offline.
I saw you guys looking at your watch, so I'll keep this simple. To the gentleman, I know you were joking actually. That was a joke. It was a bad joke. But the conversation is not, what we're trying to say is, may the best person win. You know, the mindset we currently have is may the best man win. Because truth is, let's not create a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Across the continent, and you know, we work in a few countries, I haven't seen a place where the man-child is at a disadvantage. In fact, when you give birth to a child, the reason they ask you, what did you give birth to, is because when you say it's a girl, they're like, oh, your wife won. If it's a boy, yes. So let's not create a problem where there's none. And to consciousness, societies change. 30 years ago, and yes, I was here then, 30 years ago, things were different. There were typewriters who were the queens and kings of the society. They could do 80 words per minute, and we loved and respected them. But today, who cares how many words per minute? You know, any device can get it. So, but I think there are two key things that influence change in society. And those are the things that would make us become woke. I understand woke is spelled W0, not O-K-E, by the way. I was told by a woke person, so stop using O, use zero. Like, okay. Now you know. Okay, so you were getting it wrong. Two key things. One is consequences. There will be consequences, and you mentioned one. You can't be toxic online and then end up in an interview and expect that your past will show up. I am all for, okay, if people have done things in the past, you know, they could be, you know, it shouldn't define them for the rest of their lives. But honestly, if you're applying to an organization where we work on digital rights, and you're one person who has said government must shut down the internet all the time, I suspect we're not going to hire you. So there are consequences, but there are also rewards. You know, rewards, society rewards people, and that helps shape norms. So many years ago, a man who was brash and came into a society, into a space, and said things like, "Ah, oh, these women, what are they? They should go to my room and cook." My president said that, you know, my wife, she has no place here. She belongs to the other room. Now, if you accept that 10 years ago, people would clap for him. Like, wow, he's a strong man. But now, the people are ashamed of him. Like, how could you say that? So that's the kind of thing that happens in society, and it helps. So I never worry about even slow progress at times, because society has a way of changing. Trust me, if you've seen, you know, the last 3 decades and how things have changed, you know for a fact that many of the things that we worry about today will become they're the minority right now, but eventually they'll become the minority that is right, and it will be rewarded. So I think that this is where, as individuals, we need to consciously plug into, I mean, and it's difficult to unlearn the things you have learned. I mean, let me give you an example. I got married, and the next thing was everybody was saying, "Where's the baby? Where's the baby?" And of course, when it's 9 months and 1 day, and they don't see a baby, they're like, "Is there a problem?" And typically, the assumption is it's the woman who has the problem. Meanwhile, don't forget, you know, there are a lot of us men who are the ones who carry the problem, but we never know because we accuse the women. But my wife and I agreed for 2 years, let's just have fun and get to know each other. Now, the interesting thing about that is that it was difficult, because the people we had to convince, where we thought our parents and society, things have changed. The moment we told our parents and they were aware, and other people realized that, I mean, run the numbers. How does it make sense to, you give birth immediately, and then you now have to start begging your friends for money? Of course, it doesn't make sense. And I've seen things change, like something as weird as saying, you know, how do you get into a meeting and all you hear are all the men asking questions? And it's not because we don't want to ask questions. It's because at times, if a man, I mean, Ballon d'Or, a man has been winning that football award forever. A woman won for the first time, and the DJ asked, "Do you twerk?" Like, are you mad? Are you going to ask Ronaldo if he can twerk? Of course, so society changes, but it's our own duty as individuals to then unlearn many of the things that we used to know. Because at the end of the day, there are consequences for staying in that old mindset and not stepping up to the new.
Yeah, a round of applause to all our panelists for taking the questions very well. And they will definitely contribute to the discussion that you're going to be having in your various groups. We've put up the question. I think that screen is off. I'm going to switch it on. But this screen has the questions for the different groups. So group 1 takes our question 1, group 2, question 2, group 3. And what you'll be discussing is the challenges, trends, and opportunities. So we'll give you 30 minutes for this. Then after that, we're going to go out for lunch. And as soon as we get back, we'll have the presentation from the group lead. So make sure you choose someone within your groups to make the presentation on your discussion. So thank you once again for your very important insights. Thank you for making time to come and discuss what you do and also contribute to the conversation, especially on diversity and inclusion online. So we look forward to engaging more and more with each and every one of you. Thank you. So you can get right into your discussions, please.
Yes, we can see links. We can provide everything. Taking care of the content. But who are we selling this to? If the community will not get that, because at the end the community is able to so if we need to market our good content, we need to define also how can we break that in market dynamics? How does it control the consuming?
You never know what to follow me. I have do this and that. So we have to be able to you have to challenge people right there. I think they die poor. So sometimes we shall have to commercial and just create just leave the minimum. Yeah, but then change mindset. Because right now, you never know. Leave. But now you are people don't respect you and what you're doing.
Are they really splitting our ideas from the point? Are they accepting or not? Can I suggest that we are discussing two different when we are addressing the point of conscious content, we are talking about the content creator himself. How can he unbiased himself and start to create ideas that he's putting his mind? And the second and when the second thing is general community, we are doing this to change the leadership time.
mean, when you're creating content, most of us want to get that want to get some but you what works is targeting the curious minds. Ones who are progressive ones, just get them fast, you activate their mind, then they become a second part. You know what? At this point, and you can judge if you don't have like, wow, what's next? Then some get on it too. Then finally, you get people who really love but now the people should target the people step And she actually got support of nature donors, US embassy, all the help. What I'm going to show is she became because she just kept doing it. And so I think it is my motivation. If you just give them true sustainability. How do you build sustainability? People who have the capacity to train, to even implement, be production partners. There's so many things, but a lot of times you can't do anything if you don't have a production partner. If anyone plays the line, you're editing yourself. The most you can do is upload it to YouTube. Yeah, YouTube, you don't have a credit card. Then these stories will come out. Then you produce it, you got a product which you can market. Right now we don't have the product at much. The people who are producing it, but we've done that because of who's there, how to produce it.
The collaboration, I guess, such kind of forums, what we can get out of is the collaboration between people from various countries. And there are some technical supports can be provided from each other. Like, if we want to give you an example of Sudanese YouTube, both Mahajab, she's not living outside, but she is interested in exposing the Sudanese culture. Lately, like 2 months ago, people use something called creative. Basically, they are YouTubers. They do videos posted on YouTube, representing the Sudanese. One of the videos that she was basically second independence of racism happened and tribalism in a very perfect way, exposing the various identity of the Sudanese people. Because I'm just telling her that we are more than 150 tribes, more than 70 local languages, so you can see the diversity. But yet, yes. But yet, the over-domination of the Arabic culture is exposing us as like we are just Arabic people. Yes. So, doing this, the video, the moment it was posted, went hilarious. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and she was selected to show the video on the international day. But that has been done. There. And out of this, what we get that those same things that we have been listening, we have been talking about, we have been writing posts with that sophisticated language for years, and people do not get this. She came in one video, and the video went here. Yes, there were a lot of criticism this criticism, it helped me to be so I guess I agree. If we can connect, they were just a group of people. One is doing photographing, and the other is making things. So they connect their efforts. So if we can collaborate, I guess we will answer the second question. How can we ensure we sustain emerging our
When you're done with the discussions and you agree on who's going to do the presentation, then you can go for lunch. Yeah. How much time do you need? 5, 10? Should be an hour? Yes. So it's now 10 minutes past 1.
Then also the intimidation
So I'm also looking at when you talk about we need to be family everywhere. Looking at what's the reason why because she has a kind of relate to that. Those are very Madam she went and then I'm going to probably that is what people are being our definition of if it's their side, then we need to use their side, have their attention, and then push to them, push to them after. Then we need to also, because when you talk about content influence, we need to start shouting and shock. Then that's why some other people are attracting all these programs because now we have a lot of use. So I think we also need to redefine so that we are not doing this hoping to get what our other people are doing. I don't know, it's like challenging. Yeah? So how do you find I mean, you're saying shocking, but we actually try not to shock too much because we shock too much and things get shut down. So we have to be operating in that kind of little bit gray area. You're shocking, so you we had something and one shows like women sitting on a bed, trying to breast naked, and the bed post actually looks like a dildo, but it could be a bed post, and the women could be sitting. So, but you know, we have that thing. The person had been there actually for a long time, and then they actually took it down themselves. We were a bit down, so we tried to kind of have a dialogue about it. But it turned out that we are not thinking about our clients or our commercial clients in that room, because they might think that we have an agenda. That is in a more public space, it was more visible, but it was less offensive, you know. But they will find it. But it's not in our working space in the where it was more visible, but it was less. normalize yourself and within yourself. You're not going to make any money. You're not that's so that's stuff. So if you're not trying to polite and so what was basically about because where we are because we're all quiet.
Let's wind up. It's already lunchtime, so like 2 minutes to wind up, and we go eat lunch.
Basically was part of the audience of this video that focuses on the discussion was about women's rights and women's situation. They were basically hosting scholar, religious scholar. Actually, he's the one who's responsible for the and to activists, female activists. They're giving a true story about harassment and happening to them we always not wearing this in invest chicken is really for the everyday life like is not acceptable. And she came and she started to ask questions, direct questions, and she one of the things that if you are because she said that one of the reasons for harassment is how women are treated. And we are equal. He said that we are equal in terms of that we are sick. Yes, there are some people might be sick, those who are very harassed, they are sick. But yet, so we have just shouted at him that if you would like to talk about equality, why don't you talk about them in rights? Why don't you talk about them in opportunities? Why don't you talk about them in social level? Why don't you talk about them in all of the aspects of it? Because this, when men talk, we are received right now she's outside Sudan because they were literally and the Sudanese Facebook and Twitter went crazy for more than 1 week just talking about this and how she's done bad things and how she's supposed not to be this is not a behavior of a Sudanese girl so yes we're supposed to be strong but we have to choose a little bit yes in which part in that we need to show off so sometimes showing off like this might even disturb yes it's a process right now we are not talking of I said we don't want to make it an argument. We're not talking. We're not. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Time's up, time's up. It's lunchtime. I have to insist so that we have time in the afternoon as well. We're already almost 30 minutes into our lunch. So you'll only have 30 minutes for lunch if you continue. Okay, good. So please pick your lunch vouchers either from Carol or from me. So yes, now it's lunchtime. Yes, it's lunchtime. Lunch is as yesterday, 9th floor. 9th floor. Lunch is on the 9th floor. Take the elevator down to the 9th floor. You can decide to sit together at lunchtime. You can also leave your belongings in safe.
Interesting discussion. Yeah, good.
The thing is like this, I can
And then we looked into examples. So what are some of the examples of conscious content that we see out there? So one example was Queen Sugar. So Queen Sugar, does anyone know Queen Sugar? Queen Sugar created by Eva DuVernay on Oprah's network OWN. It's a TV show about this Black family, and all the episodes are directed by women filmmakers, and they're very conscious about the way that they make movies, being a very conscious process, and also who they select to be part of that. So that was a great example raised, and also closer to home, Black No Sugar, which is anyone who knows Black No Sugar on YouTube. So yeah, definitely check them out on YouTube. A group of women who have come online and sharing their perspectives on anything from contraception to being being in the workplace, and yeah, very interesting topic. So just kind of taking the reins and making that kind of content. We also spoke about how difficult it is to arrest the attention of audiences because of how market-driven it is. And we spoke about music videos, trying to really take up music and news and politics being what focuses takes people's attention. And also TV executives being gatekeepers. They're really not willing to open up their platforms to people who are really being conscious and challenging, I guess because of their ownership and who runs those platforms. So YouTube is always seen as kind of like one of the places where people who are sharing conscious content can share their work. We also spoke about the idea of unbiasing content creators themselves, and we were given an example of it's Airbnb and who's up? Airbnb and somebody. And some journalists, who came up with this kind of criteria, like a toolkit to ensure that content creators work beyond their bias. So they ask them like some questions about what their lens is, what would the world look like if your assumptions were wrong, and then something else about an audience. So there's also tools and things that can help people who already make content become conscious. So yeah, that was interesting. And then we also spoke about audiences. So when you look at who are the people who watch conscious content, somebody came up with a really interesting proposition that conscious content can target people who are early adopters. The people who, when you release something, they're the first to take up your product. So if we target it to them, and then it's kind of their responsibility to share it to the masses, because many times the mass are people who are like, call them laggards in that like business. If there's like a model, but they're kind of late to the party. But if you have people who are really championing and pioneering that content, then they become your champions, and it makes it, I guess, much easier for you to reach. Yes, we also spoke about linking producers and financiers. That being a really big challenge about finding finance. We spoke about the idea that we shouldn't try to mimic Hollywood approaches, local content, what it means to be appealing. We were thinking about how do you redefine what it means to be appealing to our local market. Because we had a very heated exchange about Stella Nyanzi. I think everyone knows Stella Nyanzi. Anyone? Stella Nyanzi, the activist? Yeah. Academician, and her approach and how she uses sexuality to really stir the pot and like challenge social and political issues, and really how do you draw the line between being too shocking and too what's the word? Provocative. Too provocative. That's perfect. Thank you. Too provocative, and really sending your message home. Like, is there such a thing as being too much that you actually lose your audience, rather than captivating them and making them and helping them take action? Yeah. So that was kind of where we ended. Have I forgotten anything? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead. So on behalf of Group 3, my name is Waihaki, and I will try and present a very heated argument. So I need to start off with two things. Number one, did I call it an argument? Yes, it was an argument. It was not a discussion. I had to keep controlling the table. So number one, apologies to my team. I'm going to misrepresent some of them because it was hard to follow it all. It was a lot, the content creators. Number two,
I was smirking at Black Panther because that became a zero-sum game on our table, but it was the perfect analogy for diversity. There were so many different reactions to what Black Panther meant to people that it showed us that we have diversity even within us. And that's something that we need to be very, very aware of, which brings me to my first point in terms of what we're talking about. Diversity is the African identity, as was said yesterday. And one of the things which is missing when we talk about diversity in terms of content creation is languages. Somebody pointed out to us we have over 2,000 languages on the continent. If we don't have 2,000 languages on the internet, there's a challenge of including all the people who we could influence and bring into the fold in terms of being able to represent the difference and the diversity of the African identity. So being sensitive to language is number one. Number two, we wouldn't know that we had over 2,000 languages if we didn't research it. And that's something that we're very, very bad at doing as Africans, researching and going into the why of the why of the why that begat the original why, right? So we need to research into our own culture in order to feed these online sources, which brings me to issue number three. Even when we do research, we're not good at documenting processes, right? So there was a challenge on the table about this meeting here. How much of this are we documenting? Are we documenting why people even came to this meeting? What was the provocation that actually brought them here and made them say, I'm gonna leave my work, my regular work for 2 days in order to be part of this? So that 10 years down the line, when we're talking about content creation in Africa, we knew what the baseline was, we knew why we gathered, we knew why we're going. We're just using that as an example of a challenge that we continually have around archiving, documenting everything, because you never know what's going to be the important process, right? Scientists only give us things like, we always talk about Edison and his 100 failures. The only way he got to 101 was because he knew the 100 ways it didn't work. We're guilty of not doing that enough. Then we talked about, yes, we need to talk about positive African narratives, but not positive in a bright, shiny, we're so wonderful way. That's one aspect of it. But we need to also talk about things like resilience, about all the hardships that we've gone through, because without understanding the hardships, you will not understand how hard won they were. And therefore, you will not celebrate some of the things which are an intrinsic part of that positive African identity, but they're things which you had to climb a mountain to get to. So let's not be too shallow in terms of understanding what the positive African narrative is. We talked about biases too. And then we also said that we need to be intellectual about how we challenge our content. Yes, it's important to have bubblegum content, you know, the stuff that you really don't think about because it just makes you happy and then you move on. But we need to have an intellectually informed curiosity about the stuff that we're putting out there. The next thing was around providing capacity building. And we talked about mentoring in order to build a stronger crop of African content creators, not just in the centers of urban activity, but outside. But we recognize that there's a challenge that this is a very young industry, and therefore we have to be creative about figuring out who's a mentor as a content creator, right? As a digital content producer, you are probably no more than 10, 15 years old, right? And so we have very, very few senior people who can feed the pipeline, but we need to think about how to do that. And one of the things that was mentioned is that it doesn't need to be always in a structured way. Organically, as we're sitting here talking to each other, that's a way that actually capacity is built because we're provoking each other in terms of thought. We need to document our own history. We need to build interest. Of course, colonialism came into the conversation. That was another heated debate. Some felt that we need to stop blaming our issues on colonization, and some felt that we must be aware of the effect of colonization on our continued narrative and understanding of ourselves. So we need to understand that the spectrum still exists. And again, to the point of, if we don't interrogate these things with an intellectual capacity, we won't be able to move forward. Collaboration. We have a sense of we're a borderless Africa now.
And sometimes messages which come from the other side of the continent, even about ourselves, are more exciting when you hear your neighbor talking about you. And so how can we harness that for our own good? Cross-collaboration, cross-fertilization. Sorry, I'm just trying to look through the notes of our gracious note taker. We need to be consciously aware of our own biases, as has been mentioned by others. And we said that we should take it as a personal challenge, that every time you're writing, you need to think about the complete opposite of who you would be and how you would interpret that particular story. And then finally, around sustainability and funding, there was a question of who's going to be able to fund all of this work and how do we make sure that the industry at a structural level grows. But that said, what if the funding never comes? Does that mean that we stop the work that we're doing? No, we just need to get creative about figuring out how to monetize our work and make value and unlock value from it. And that inclusion needs to start from us. Now, there was a wonderful quote that I was trying to give my team as we're trying to call us to lunch. And it's from the Hivos book, actually, that was shared yesterday. You know, the Little People book, the Little People Unlimited book. And it said, I'm going to paraphrase, but it said something to the effect of everything that is considered normal today was once upon a time eccentric and off-center. So don't be afraid to be eccentric and off-center. Those are the people that we all need.
Thank you. A better clap for the representative. Thank you so much. Please share your notes with me. I'm not sure I'll read your handwritings, but yeah, these are very important points for us because it will help us in paving the way forward. Okay? Oh my gosh, I'll have trouble, but yeah. It's all good. Thank you so much for discussing these issues more in depth. And it's very important to us as Hivos, especially to know what's important or what the content creators take as important, so that even as we are developing our programs, coming up with the different implementation plans, we know what to put in place. So without much further ado, I will call Lizzie to come and take over. We'll be having the panel session, the last panel session of the day. So Lizzie, you can take the mic. Thank you. Hello again. Maybe we'll start by me asking you to all stand up. I don't know if I'm the only one who's feeling a bit warm and like the hood is getting to my head. Yeah, you can stretch just like this. Whatever works for you, your feet, your hands, all the four. You can take a walk in the room and back to your seat. You can jog on the spot if you want. Okay, but don't go outside the room, eh? Don't go outside the room, I think. We plan to finish okay, you can take your seats now. We'll plan to finish this session in about 45 minutes. so that we can have the closing remarks. So it's going to be a very short afternoon. And I'd like to invite our panelists. We have 3 people this afternoon. We have Millicent from the Internet Society of Kenya. Millicent. Is Millicent in the house? Maybe, yeah. Okay, Albert from the Internet Society of Kenya. Let's give him a round of applause. And then we have Dr. Tunde Adek Bola. He's a scientist. He's a musician. He's an engineer. He's a linguist, cultural activist. And he has set up the most pioneering private TV and radio stations in Nigeria. And then finally, we have Andrew Kamau, who's a medical professional, Dr. Andrew Kamau, with experience in program management, grant management, capacity building, has trained in medicine and surgery, worked in northern Kenya and Somalia on HIV/AIDS and gender-based violence programs and disaster management, currently working with the Creative Garage as a community engagement manager. And his most recent accomplishment is spearheading the conceptualization and pitch for the Google Impact Challenge, the Creative Garage were finalists in. So we have a very interesting multidisciplinary team with us this afternoon. And we are going to be talking about innovation for African content online. And I believe we are talking about the innovation of the content itself and the innovativeness that we put out there in the whole process. So I won't delve much into that. I believe it ties in with a lot of the conversations we had this morning and yesterday as well. So we will go directly into the presentations. We'll have 5-minute presentations, and then thereafter we will have an opportunity to have our question and answer session. So we will begin with Dr. Tunde, and thereafter we will have the Internet Society of Kenya, and finally we will have Dr. Kamau. I know he doesn't want to use the name doctor, he's a typical Kenyan, so he wants to be modest about it. Yeah. Thank you.
It's good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tunde Aribola. I work for African Languages Technology Initiative, and what we do is make ICTs usable in African languages. For us, that is one of the innovations that we need to make it possible for us to be part of the information society. The whole idea is to be able to facilitate African content online. Various languages of the world have peculiarities. Many African languages, for example, are tone languages, where just applying a different tone to a particular way of saying something changes the meaning. For example, in my language, ngolo is the opposite of ngolo. And so there must be a way by which, if we want computers to deal with the languages, there must be a way by which you'll be able to make that distinction. So the whole idea is to try and remove the need for any African to need to learn a foreign language in order to be able to use the ICT and the internet. And beyond that, beyond addressing the language problem, we also seek to address the illiteracy problem by taking advantage of multimedia with which you can communicate with people even if they can't read and if they can't write, because you can record your thoughts and pass it around. Multimedia kind of takes the advantages of literature and offers it to orature. So all our past with our orature, this new technology can support it, and we need to innovate to be able to take advantage of that. We also look at speech technologies that make it possible for you to be able to speak to the computer in your language, and the computer writes what you have said down in the way that you normally would have written down if it was supposed to be written, or technologies that, given a written material, the computer should be able to read it to you. So imagine you send your grandmother a text message, and he doesn't have to look for somebody to read it for her. The computer can read it out to her. And we build all these efforts around a project we describe as redefining literacy. The common definition of literacy is the ability to read and write. But we believe that with these technologies, we can redefine literacy as the capacity to interact with literature. And this, for us, sounds like a pun, but actually then means we can convert the so-called illiterates around us to e-literates, those who have become literate by the electronic approach. The whole idea is to extend the conversation about computing, ICT, internet, beyond the confines of those of us here who are referred to as the powerful minority, who determine at the end of the day what goes on in our societies, in our communities. And because we claim that we have mastered English, mastered French, mastered Portuguese, Spanish, and all other so-called legacy languages, we then take the decision for the rest of us that, well, anybody who wants to use the computer should go and learn to speak in English, then you get by. So this is the core of our work as an issue in inclusivity. And these are some of the innovations that we seek. We say we are trying to bridge the last 6 inches of the digital divide. After all the satellites and the cables and microwaves and all that brings data and brings materials to your screen, there still is 6 inches between the screen and the eye of the computer. We've localized 3 of the most widely spoken Nigerian languages of Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba in partnership with Microsoft, both for Microsoft Windows and Office, the whole of the Office system, all the way from Vista to Windows 9 and Windows 10. We've also done work in some of the open source software. We've developed in collaboration with other organizations in Africa the locales of the various languages. The locales are the unique ways we use, for example, In some countries, you put day before month. In some, you put month before date. That's an issue in local. When you talk of time in some situations, you talk about AM, PM, whereas in some languages, there are a lot more granularity in the way the day is divided. We develop keyboards so that you can type local languages on the keyboard in standard orthography, the way the language is supposed to be typed. We worked in developing spell checkers so that when you type, the computer can aid and say, well, there's an error here. And in that area, we've done some really, really cutting edge work in how you can find out how words are formed from sub-words, what the linguists among us call morphology. We've done work in modeling language so that the computer can recognize various languages. But more importantly, we did some work which modeled 5 dialects of the English language spoken around West Africa. So if you give me material written by Cameroonian, I'll be able to tell you this is the way Cameroonians speak English. If it's written by a Nigerian, I'll be able to tell you it's written by a Nigerian, Ghanaian, Sierra Leone, and on. We went into this project at a time when there was a whole lot of noise around the world about Nigerian originating these funny letters about come and get some money. And our Minister of Information was arguing that no, it's not all Nigerians. And we thought, well, it's your word against the world. So why not offer some scientific backup to that? And of course, the techies amongst us here know that the idea of using the IP address and try to trace where it comes from, it just doesn't work because you can mask your IP, but you can't mask the interferences of your native language in the way you speak English or speak French, or speak any other language. So done that, we've done work in speech technologies, automatic speech recognition, text-to-speech synthesis. We've done work in machine translation. We are hoping in the next 5 years, a Nigerian can pick up the phone, dial a Kenyan, and say, Ekazambel, and what the Kenyan will hear is Asante Sana, because his phone number is Kenyan. And we believe that, and somebody has said it here, that we speak 2,000 of the world's 6,000 languages. So that's the problem that we should address as Africans. We should use this new technology to enhance our interaction, to enhance inclusivity, to enhance participation, so that there is nobody that is excluded in the global discourse because they don't have access to the language of the discourse. And we believe firmly that this part of the vital steps that need to be taken to move African communities from the periphery towards the center of the information society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tunde. I like that, bridging the last 6 inches of the digital device and converting the illiterates to illiterates. I really like that. So our next speaker is going to be from the Internet Society of Kenya. Thank you very much. Anthony. Albert, or Anthony. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Albert Ngoa, and I'm sitting in for Anthony from the Internet Society, of which I'm also a member. But additionally, I also work for an institution called Development Media, whose main focus is on is also online content. And I'm pleased to say our lovely Edie is here. Ms. Domi Yambo, please. Yes. So the Internet Society is a non-profit organization that was established, that was founded in the year 1992 by Vince Cerf and Bob Kahn. And the mission is to promote open access of internet to all people around the world. Okay, so to that extent, Internet Society exists in various parts of the world through chapters. And in Kenya, we have the Internet Society Kenyan chapter that was founded in the year 2012. To this extent, once again, the mission of ISO Kenya is to promote access to internet to all Kenyans countrywide. And we've been able to run a number of programs throughout the years. Most notably, we've run Safe Online, a program that touches on online child safety and protection. We've run a program called Swahili Wiki, which aims to translate Swahili words into ICT symbols. And what we believe as the Internet Society is that online and online content is a key driver and is important for the growth and the adaptation of internet in the country and by extension the world. So to that extent, we feel that there are certain key drivers that are needed for the growth of online content to happen. And some of them are as follows. One, the need for local connectivity, which means we need to have more people across the country connected to the internet. Secondly, we need government support for content development as well as training. Thirdly, we need a clear legal and regulatory environment. Now, we also, I think, when we look at our Kenyan case, and generally as a whole, we ask ourselves, really, so what drives us to, what makes us want to go to the internet? There must be certain services that take us to the internet. And some of them are as follows. One could be for government services. And in our Kenya context, you've got the eCitizen portal, where you're able now to go and apply for your ID, your passport, and file your returns. We also have commercial content. And in this case, we look at how people are able to create YouTube videos and earn from them. Thirdly, we have user-generated content. And this is very common with the young people, where you take snapshots and get likes and followers. Fourthly, we have content that preserves local and oral traditions. There are also considerations, key considerations, that is, as it regards to content availability and usage. And they're as follows. One, we have language. It is very important for us to think of how we can have content created in other languages. For instance, in our Kenyan case, perhaps content in Dholuo, in Akamba, in Abaluya, because most content is, most online content is in English. And I think nowadays also Kiswahili. Then we have also content distribution. So under content distribution, there are three tiers to this. We have one, we've got owned content distribution. Now in owned content distribution, that's where we as individuals, we distribute content in our own social media pages. That is our own social, what do you call it, whether it's Facebook and Twitter, and even our own websites, blogs and vlogs. Two, we've got what you call earned content distribution, where we have third parties who distribute content for us. And it can happen through retweets or through mentions on newspaper articles. We then also have paid content distribution, whereby people pay a certain fee. They call it pay per click or click per pay or video on demand. You pay to view certain content. And finally, we have there's the aspect of encouraging commercial and under commercial and under driven content. There are also challenges which you've noted. One, the technical issues, especially when it comes to issues such as power and bandwidth. We've got issues on filtering and blocking of content. And also there are also issues under content creation. And here we look at one, issues of having insufficient resources to develop the content. Two, lack of the skills or manpower to do that. We also have lack of adequate research, and thereby lowering the quality of the content, and lack of time, because creating content requires a lot of time, and sometimes we're not very patient when doing that. So those are some of the challenges. So in my end, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. And now we will have our final presentation.
So good afternoon.
In the meantime, sorry, if you feel like standing up and sitting down, please do so that just in case somebody is feeling a bit too warm. We will not take it any further.
All right, so my name is Andrew. I work at Creative's Garage, otherwise known as the Home of Awesome. So where do I start? The story about what I'm here to speak about, which is Calabars, our view on demand platform or our video on demand platform, which reclaims the African narrative. So maybe I could give you a bit of the background so that you can see the reasoning. Most of the artists that we have at Creative's Garage, we have a membership of about, say, around 7,000 creatives. When I joined Creatives, I did a needs-based assessment and asked myself, what are their plight? What's their plight? What really challenges them? And part of the things that they had was, like the things they said was biased distribution platforms, financial institution apathy, piracy is right now probably at 95% in Kenya. And as I listened to these creatives, they did not have a platform that they could put their content on. And even the platforms that exist would be kind of like dropping a coin in the Indian Ocean. So it would be really hard to get them. And we had really good African content, and we decided, hey, let's do a needs-based research. And we saw that we don't have a platform that focuses primarily on African content. And we wanted a platform that showcases African content without without manipulating it to be anything else other than what it is, just to remain authentically African. So we created Calabars, which we reclaim the African narrative, but with a secret sauce. So our view on demand platform, Calabars, seeks to empower the artist as well, because we curate within the Calabars program different residency programs that increase capacity of our creatives, be it with technical skill or knowledge. And after that, they are eligible for a film fund. So within that, we have a film fund where we walk step by step with these creatives and enable them to create quality content, which then we can distribute for them on our platform and enable them to monetize from their craft. Part of the things that we were looking at is the innovative aspect of it, because we needed to look at innovation in 4 different areas. One of them was the platform. So the platform was pretty much there because of the mobile phone and mobile phone penetration. We looked at enablers. That has been one of the challenges, I could say, just citing the price of data. Then we look at the people who most of the time would not consume African content, but we've been seeing a resurgence of people wanting to view this African content. And we don't only focus on Kenyan content, focus on content from the whole of Africa. So we have been curating this content. We have been uploading this content on our platform, Calabash. If you'd like to check it out, it's calabash.com. And recently, we were honored to be among the finalists in the Google Impact Challenge. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause.
Calabash, KALABARS.com. Calabash. You remember a long time ago when we were growing up, before TV used to start, before television used to start, there were the Calabash. So that's where that came from, Calabash.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, again, we have had a lot of innovation there. Earlier on, I know we spoke about trying to build capacity. We talked about creating inclusiveness. And there you are, you've heard about the platform. You've heard about the way in which, they are trying to make sure that the content is authentic, and the way in which they are trying to build the capacity of the innovators, and even thereafter trying to facilitate them. Because I think one of the challenges also was, for sustainability, how do we resource ourselves? And that may not be sufficient for all the content creators. But again, I think that's a very practical experience right there. And also speaking to the issue of the languages and how can we borrow from our own indigenous experiences, and even be able to make sure that we can borrow from that, whereas we are trying to take advantage of the technology that we have today. So combining the two. So I think from there we will open the floor for questions from the floor, maybe for the next 30 minutes. So if anybody would like to ask, actually about 15 minutes, yeah. Any questions from the floor? Yes, I think it was Auma. Achoma.
Basically, what I wanted to ask you touched upon
for the mic.
Yeah, Achola Rosario again. What I wanted to ask, which you touched upon, is say, for example, someone like me who's just starting out as a producer of films for TV and internet, but mainly for TV. We've started just creating our own content, which we put on YouTube. But how do we go about finding production partners? How do we go about getting the funding for equipment? How do we go about getting our product on TV and onto mainstream media? Who do we talk
to? Hi, it's Mojaz. My question is, first of all, I was really amazed by the bridging the last 6 inches of the digital devices. I would like to ask, is on your plan for the future, is there any plan to collaborate with other centers in other African countries, centers that focus on the ICT things and linguistics, so that you can expand the the average spread of the program.
I have a provocation, and it kind of rides on the calibers concept, which I think is really cool. I think that part of the challenge that we face is that we're trying to boil the ocean as African content creators. It's too big. And the fact that you can, or the idea that you can have aggregated spaces which are ours alone, then people automatically come to them. You know the Dubai concept, build it and they will come. Yes, I think that that's what we need to be doing more of, have our own aggregated created spaces, so that even this issue of where is AI picking up what the reality is. If there's 6 platforms across the continent which have thousands and thousands and thousands of documents and videos and photos and everything, I think it makes a more powerful case than 6 million individual little projects that cannot be found across our spaces. So kudos to you guys.
So mine is more of a comment than a question, but there's from the conversations yesterday and today, there needs to be a lot of thinking about who it is that is posting all this content and where it is that it's sitting. So for example, yesterday, Tumblr, or a few days ago, Tumblr has done this erasure or has deleted all quote pornographic content, but Tumblr had become a space for a lot of people to explore sexuality, sex in a safer environment, and that build these communities to kind of talk about this explicit content in a creative, safe, and knowledge-driven way. And because of this company's decision, which rose from a serious incident, there's a case of child abuse that was put up on the content and on the website, and they decided to do a blanket ban of all content that has affected so many people. So if we're boiling the ocean, but the ocean doesn't even belong to us, and neither does the fire, how does this work? Like, I'm really curious to see from your different perspectives, whether it's the linguistics or color bars or internet society, how is it that we create spaces that, as a content creator, I feel confident that in a year, when the company's shareholding changes, my content won't be just erased and disappear. Yeah, I'm wondering what the answer or the thoughts on that are.
Great, thank you. My question is about Andrew, is on the Calibre platform. Question is there like a criteria you guys actually use to select what or who gets to have their productions posted on the page? And does it only have to be people or members of the Creative Garage community? And is there maybe a future plan to maybe make it an app rather than just a website? And to Dr. Tunde is all about the language and stuff. I'm foreseeing maybe in the future when it comes to like videos and films and that, they're going to be interactive. Is there maybe a way to algorithms will be created to have like live ways of like languages is changing? If I'm speaking my language, the other side receiving not subtitles, but something already overdone. If let's, for example, make an interactive film, it's decoding languages as the process is happening. Interaction is future.
Thank you.
Maybe last one for now.
I feel like we've spoken a lot about creation of content. But I would want to hear more about the impact, especially for Calabars, what it's done, what the people who are featured on Calabars, what they've gotten out of it, or is it just the type of content? Or can we even, if you can tell us your viewership, your statistics, do people even look at your website? Or is it just a website that has a lot of content, but your content is just like...
Yes. Thank you so much for the questions. Very good questions. Some are deep. All right.
Okay, let's take those for now.
Yes, I think the most pointed question that was directed at me is the question that's asking about what collaboration patterns we collaborate with other projects in other parts of Africa to scale what we are doing. And the answer is yes. Actually, the products that we create, we see them basically as byproducts of what we do. The main objective that we seek is to capacitate Africans to work in high tech. I come from Nigeria, and I've noticed that in the whole of West Africa, and probably even here in East Africa, there's no single university that offers a program formally, probably computational linguistics, human language technology, natural language processing. And these are some of the really growing fields in the world today. And so our strategy is to use the limited resources in such a way that it will be so efficient and effective that we can envisage that in not too short a period, we would have developed enough human capacity so that if a university wants to start a program, there will be people on the ground. In the last 10 to 13 years, we have, in collaboration with 2 universities in Nigeria, graduated 5 PhDs in this area, and none of these universities have any programs in these areas. So it's like 100% our own input into making that happen. Apart from those 5 PhDs, we have maybe another 10 students all over the world studying master's programs, PhDs, because we capacitate them, help them to get scholarship, develop them to be able to. So that these human resources are our fundamental aim. But in the process of developing the human resources, these products come as byproducts. So fundamentally, we then look for people who are native speakers of a language, first language speakers, who have the requisite background, and we empower them. So collaboration is a fundamental aspect of our approach, and we are always looking around in various parts of Africa where we can be of help, where we can collaborate. We've had relationships with the University of Nairobi. There are 2 or 3 professors there who we've worked together in the last 6 to 7 to 10 years, and this in South Africa, all over Africa. So that is a fundamental work. We will be too glad to apply our efforts anywhere that there's need. And then the question of interactive videos, live translations, yes, these are the part of the objectives. I was saying earlier on that we are working towards a 5-year plan that if 2 Africans from 2 different linguistic backgrounds want to have a telephone conversation, the 2 of them don't have to go and learn English or learn French so that they can communicate. They should be able to communicate in their languages. So if the man on one side is speaking Igbo and the man on the other side is speaking Luya, yeah, they should be able to understand each other, because when he's speaking, the system is translating to the other person and the person is speaking back. And once we are able to do that, of course, to have a video, this is important to us because we have that problem. Well, diversity is not a problem. It's an advantage. We have that circumstance, and we have to overcome it. But when you go to Europe and you see things like this, they are used as what I refer to as icing on the cake, as a closed caption facilities, so that people who, if there's a blind person watching television, there can be spoken dialogue along with it, and all. So all these technologies have to be domesticated and used to address real problems in various parts of Africa. And these are the things that excite us, that we can take these technologies, appropriate them to our circumstances, domesticate them for our situation.
Thank you. The first question was on how do we get partners to work with and content to mainstream media. Looking at the route to mainstream media, we've tried working with a few artists, a few creative content creators to get to mainstream media. And that is the reason we created Calabash, because sometimes we would have content that speaks about, let's say, a sensitive topic such as rape in marriage, or a sensitive topic such as right now in Kenya, in some areas about the Sogi. So we wanted our own platform where we could tell our stories without being told, no, we can't show this, it's not profitable, it's not appropriate. We just wanted to be as authentic as possible. So to your answer, that's why we created Calabash, because we saw the route to mainstream media is a bit difficult, and that was not our target specifically. We were looking in a different route. The question from my fellow villager about criteria for content creators, we actually invite content creators. We don't have a cap. We don't have a specific membership that only these, we're accepting only content from these people. And the blueprint for the mobile app is in place. So it's being refined as we speak. And to Suhail's question on impact. So from when we launched in May to the end of September with zero advertising, we had over 150,000 views. Visits to the website. So that was without advertising. So since we wanted linear growth, we just wanted to grow organically. The impact, what we measure in terms of impact is how we change lives through mentorship. Because when we curate a masterclass, we expose these artists. We let them work with industry acclaimed professionals so that they can scale up their capacity. The other thing is that there's peer-to-peer learning. When you come as a content creator, I learn from you, you learn from me, and we better each other. And the other one basically is the access. We've been piloting it a bit to the film fund. So at least we tried that as a prototype and we've seen it working. So at least you can rest assured that it's not somewhere your content will go and die. Thank you.
Maybe we can take one very last round of questions. There's one there. Anybody else? Anyone else? George? Okay, let's go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful panel. And my question is for Dr. Tunde. In your work, are you interacting with companies like GAFAs who have a lot of data to train your model? And are they open to such initiatives? For instance, they have tons and millions of conversations in English, in Cameroonian English, or in Nigerian English, etc. on Facebook. Are they open to share data and corpus and linguistic corpus review with your laboratory?
Well, you just touched the sore point of our work, and that's data. In about 2 weeks' time, I'll be making a presentation, and the title of my presentation is Resource-Scarce Languages in the Age of Big Data. What I mean by that is, when to do the kind of work we do, you need a lot of data in the languages. Now, how do you get data for the language? It has either written or spoken. If anybody wants to work in English, for example, you want to do language technology work in English, and you go to the website of New York Times, you get about 100 years publication every day, New York Times. Go to London Times, the Guardian, what have you. So you have lots of data. For many African languages, that opportunity does not exist because the languages are not used in domains where they end up in documentation. I refer to it as linguistic gas flaring because in my country, in our petroleum process, where it's not properly constituted, we just flare the gas that comes from the petroleum production process. And so in many situations, people just talk and the speech goes into the air. It doesn't end up in documentation. And that's a very, very serious problem for us, to the extent that for many African languages, the only opportunities for documentation probably rests in community radio stations, where these languages are used every day. Somewhere along the line, somebody writes something and it's read, and then what is read is recorded. But what you will find is that a lot of what is written, a lot of what goes on air is extempore. What is not extempore is handwritten. Even many of the handwritten materials end up in waste bins after the program. I know in Nigeria, many radio stations and TV stations broadcast in local languages by translating the news and other programs from the English bulletin. And usually the local language translation is done longhand, and immediately after the news is thrown away. We've been involved in the campaign to radio stations that this thing that you are throwing away is very, very important resource. Of course, we do have relationships with various other institutions around the world. We have very strong relations with the University of Edinburgh. It has cutting-edge technologies. We have relationships with the universities in South Africa, Northwestern in South Africa, the America Institute. We have relationships with Simon Fraser University in Canada, where we have 3 of our students at the moment. Charles University in Prague. We have all these relationships. But the fundamental responsibility of the improvement of a language lies with the speakers. So whatever relationships we have around the world, we still have to come back home to ensure that it is we that are taking care of our languages. And this is where it gets important for this gathering, because you are content creators. And it is important for us to begin to create content in our languages, because these languages hold a lot of
gems of knowledge for the world. Professor, what's his name, who spoke yesterday, was talking about how artificial intelligence is not taking us along. And that's true. We need to be able to develop the kind of content that can allow our own native intelligence, which is also intelligence, into the mix. Probably it is the contribution of Africa's native intelligence in the build-up to artificial intelligence that may control some of the apocalypse that has been predicted when machines become more intelligent than human beings. Maybe some of the devices, maybe some of the methods, maybe some of the principles that will curtail that lies in our communal way of living and our communal intelligence. So the global intellectual circuit may be at a loss, maybe running a loss for Africa's not contributing to that pool. And so it behooves of all of us here and the networks that we belong to, that we actually make our people understand that there's so much in our languages, there's so much in our past, that the global intellectual circuit needs to improve science and technology. We should stop looking at our circumstances from the point of view of colonialism. We need to go beyond that. We need to see that we have something to offer the world. If we realize that all these things we refer to as globalization are just local knowledge, local content put on a global platform, that's what we call globalization. So ours is no less local or no more global than the extent to which we put it on a global platform.
Thank you very much. And what a high note to close this two-day summit. And I think you have heard it from the horse's mouth, how we can use ICT to facilitate African content online in a very practical way. You have heard it also, how we can aggregate content in our own way and be able to even build the capacity of the content creators and leverage on various funds that are available. So I think we have closed that discussion on a very high note, on a very practical note. And I believe that this is going to be the beginning of more conversations going into the future. And with those few remarks, I would like to invite Sylvia to come and take us through the next session. I believe the closing session this afternoon. So thank you very much for your attention and wish you a good evening.
Hi again. Thank you so much, Lizzie, and the panelists for a very good session on innovating for African content online. And so this will take us to our next session, where I'll be inviting my colleague Anthony Wafula. Unfortunately, Mendin Jojo is not able to make it at this time. She is held up elsewhere. But Anthony is going to be making the announcement of the award that we've been talking about on her behalf. But even as he comes, I'd like to thank you all for listening, for participating, and for giving us what we need to do to continue with the conversation, to continue with the work, and to really start our campaign on more content from Africa especially on the online medium. So Anthony, please come. Round of applause as you come.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Are we tired? No, yes, no, yes, maybe. No, so we want to keep you. We want, want another one, another rap, eh? Okay. We'll try as much as possible to make it less painful so that I know I've met guys who are saying that they need to find out how it looks like. So we'll give you that opportunity to do it. On behalf of my regional director, Ms. Meli Jonjo, who is with us here today, we would like to say thank you and thank you so much. Listening to all these conversations, especially this afternoon, I missed yesterday's afternoon, reminds me of what probably I'll be doing if I'm not doing this kind of job that I'm doing today. I'm training languages as well, okay? That is just to teach the languages. And listening to Prof here and the panel that is just coming, the whole question about language keeps on fascinating me. And just out of curiosity, how many of us speak our own local languages fluently? Just raise up your hand. Speak your language. Okay. By just the show of hands, half the room speaks the languages. So if you're going to create content in your own local language that you don't understand, don't speak, don't you think it's going to be a challenge? Maybe that's now where we need to start thinking about how do we ensure that we also learn these languages first? Are our children learning these languages? And it's a very big debate, even in this country, when people ask and say that probably, where are they going to use that language? Okay. And I know that if you check on UNESCO, they'll tell you that if you want to teach a student very well, especially when they're learning up, coming up, you do it in their local language. It's easier to understand those concepts. This is not fiction. This has been proven. So if we don't have mastery for local languages, then just try to imagine us creating content and also nurturing kids who are coming up so that we can perpetuate this. And then we see that probably in coming future, we might end up having certain challenges. So for me, let's have this conversation about language going. Let it not end here. Let us interrogate the language policies of our own countries, okay? If they do exist, how do they support the growth of these languages? Because we start speaking about content, we go towards language. If the language is weak, if you can't speak it, then of course, then you end up using other people's language, of which again, you're supposed to master it and make sure that it works for you. So we can try to short circuit that by making sure that at least we are conversant with our own idioms, our own phrases, our own languages, and make the best of it at a very, very, very minimum. That is by the way. My purpose this afternoon then is just to invite you and to point out that as Hivos, we've also been grappling with certain things. And we are thinking about sustainability, okay? The question has always been, are the current monetization models supportive of the sustainability of African content creators? And are they fairly competitive? It sounds academic, it's not academic as such. We're just trying to ask ourselves, we're speaking about content, how do we sustain ourselves? How do we create more of this content? But do the current models support that? Are they sustainable, so to speak? So in our own small way, so that we don't just keep talking and talking, say that let's find out from you who seated here, okay, as we move forward. Is this something that you're interested in? Are we going to find from this group or even beyond people who might be trying to think what opportunities do exist for innovation, okay, around this content issue? And how do we monetize that? And how do we sustain that? That's why this afternoon, we're launching the Hivos Sustainability of Content Award. The award is, I would say, not small and not big, because that's something that we're starting and we hope that we're going to grow it. But it's a cash award of up to $15,000. And this actually also comes in support of our incubation and business development support. And we are looking to support up to a maximum of 3 ideas. So this is just a start based on the conversation that we have been having, saying that let's also go out of our way and do something at least that can get us on the right trajectory. So it's just the beginning. You're saying that you got up to $15,000 for 3 ideas that you're going to support. And then you're saying that all that you got to do, because we're all creators here, is to send us a 3-minute video and a 1-page concept note of your innovative idea that addresses the issue of sustainability of online content. The key thing here is sustainability of what? Online content. How are we going to sustain this? So we're looking at the creativity of what you're going to propose. And this book should reach us by 5th of January, 2019. So as you have your Christmas, for those who are celebrating Christmas, think through this, have some work going on, put on your thinking caps and send your concept to that email address there. It is grantea@hivos.org. Okay, this will be distributed to you, have your email addresses, but also take a snapshot of it all. So the timelines are such that we receive by 5th our normal processes of going through the applications, the panel to judge will be constituted, and then hopefully by the end of January 25th or thereabouts, we'll invite those that we think have got what you're looking for a pitching session, okay, before a panel of judges on 25th of January. So you've got all this time between now and 25th, okay, and 5th first to prepare, submit, and then we'll let you know in good time so that then you can start preparing your pitches that you've done by 25th. And then hopefully, after the 25th, we shall be announcing what the recipients of these, at least each 5,000, so that makes it $3,000 to $15,000 to develop their idea further. Okay, so from Hivos, that's the contribution you're making to further this discussion. And we do hope that you're going to participate. Try it out. It's open to everybody, not just those who are seated here. We're also going to publicize it. So if you're not interested, invite those who are interested, show them what this thing is, and then we can see how it works. Okay? Have a question? Yes. Now, that's what you're grappling with as well. And that's why you're throwing it out there. We're saying that how do we sustain? Because we've been speaking here that we create content. Okay. And I even listen to your presentations here that if somebody is not supporting some of these things, they die. Okay. We don't want to perpetuate that support, but then we're saying that we've got a small pool of resources here that can help you grow the model that you got. Okay. So it's just thinking through, and I don't want to give out ideas, just thinking through with what you're doing. Okay. How can you take it beyond 2 years, 3 years? How do you monetize this? What ideas do you have around that? So think business-wise. From my perspective, the question is, how do you keep what you're doing? If you're probably incubating it, starting out, how do you keep it going? Are we together? So that's why I'm throwing it back to you. We don't know what's going to come up. It's an interpretation of this concept that you're looking at, isn't it? So be free, you are creative guys, ladies and gentlemen. Think through it, figure out what does that mean to you. That's what you're looking out for. So we don't have the answers lie with you, and we shall be at liberty to pick what you think best represents what you're interested in. Are we together? Okay. So that's what Hivos is actually proposing for you to think through as one of our contributions towards thinking about content online and how it can be sustained in a more friendly manner. Okay. Domi?
Yes, just a you say 15 euro dollars.
$15,000.
$15,000
For 3 ideas, yeah. Up to a maximum of, yeah.
For each idea.
No.
Okay, for 3.
Yes.
So if you divide that, that's what makes it.
So it might be 5,000 or even less, depends on what you want. Okay. Yeah. So the limit that we can give is 15,000. Yeah. Any other question? You'll get all this time for clarification once your ideas come. Okay. So I can't clarify everything right now. But if you think some things are not clear, just feel free to ask that question. Anyone else? Is it clear? Is it doable? Is it too much work? But then you sound and look sad. Yeah. It can't be for one person. It's just the small resources that we have just to get you started. But we hope that this can be scaled up later on as we keep growing this. So try it out if you're interested. That's all that we can say for now. Okay. So thank you. So that's the Sustainability Award for content. And we invite all of you, plus those who are not here, pass the word around. Let's see what comes out. It's just part of a small contribution to this whole process. Okay. Fine. So I can comfortably say that the award is launched. We shall now be waiting for your applications. And after launching the award, I was supposed to make the final remark. I don't want to spend more time here. Mine is first to thank all of you for creating the time to be here. I do remember yesterday I did ask us some questions. What motivated you to show up here? And I hope from the deliberation that we had since yesterday and part of today, somehow you've answered that question. I sincerely hope that through the panel discussion that we've been having here and all your ideas and the question that you had, we've shared knowledge, we've learned a little bit. It might not be to the expectation that you had, but I hope you are not the same as you were when you came in yesterday. Okay, so that is one of the reasons why we chose that let's bring this group together and just get to learn from each other. And then you know that learning never ends. This is just the beginning of so many other things that you're going to do. So I'm pretty sure that Sylvia will be communicating. I think you got your own email addresses, trying to figure out how do we sustain this group here. Okay, what you're interested in is that we keep collaborating, we keep exchanging ideas, we keep learning from each other. And I also hope that by being together, you've had the opportunity to network with each other. I know that we're creatures of habits. I'm seeing people who sat where they sat yesterday. Okay, so I don't know whether you got time to mingle, to get to know each other better. Okay. So we also hope that there are networks that have been built, okay, in this room, that after this meeting, after this summit, we are going to keep communicating, exchanging ideas with each other. And for us, if that happens, then one of the reasons of bringing us together has already happened. But for us, again, the critical thing is that in our own small ways, we are going to make contribution to the discussion that we're going to be having here. That we are going to see some sort of difference in what we put online. We are going to think much more of how to make sure that our presence, our identity, our values, what we believe in, are more prominent in what we are doing. Are we together on that? So I don't have much to say. It's only that there have been 2 days of great deliberations, great ideas. I don't know whether Sylvia got, in a typical summit fashion, people speak of action points, what next, or do we have what we call the way forward, okay? The key highlights for the conference. And sometimes people end up with what we call a communique. I don't think we're going to end up with a communique for this summit, okay? But what is important is what are we taking home from Nairobi? If you can answer that question, then our work as Hivos is done. So on behalf of the team that has put this together, maybe they should stand up so that you see them, led by Sylvia. She's done a great job here and actually conceptualizing this event and planning for it. Thank you so much, Sylvia. I cannot forget our other colleagues from Hivos, Ali, Caroline, okay. The whole process. Okay. And Yvonne, where is she? Okay. Yeah. I cannot forget all of you who took off your time to prepare for the panel presentations, okay, and make these 2 days worth and memorable. Thank you so much for all panelists. Again, a round of applause to them. I cannot forget your moderators. You've got Lizzie, you've got Okay, yeah, he's somewhere here. Who? Okay, there he is. And I hear that he has a TEDx after this one. So we thank all the moderators and all the panelists who did a very, very great job. But most importantly, I cannot forget you and the attention that you paid, okay? Because I've sat here, I've seen that you are totally engaged, asking questions, very inquisitive. I found few people going out to their staff, which is slightly unusual. I've been to conferences where at times after day 2, you can't find people in there. Or after the first day, come back, half the team is there, okay? So we thank you so much for sparing your time, for being attentive listeners, for being active participants, and we look forward to engaging with you some other time in different fora. And finally, I'd like to thank the people who hosted us here, the Crown Plaza team, they're not here. But if there is anything that probably didn't work out well, that is feedback to us. Do let us know what didn't work out well. I know we had challenges starting on time. It's not our culture to start late. So in future, we're going to make sure that things start on time. So our apologies for time management challenges, but you're hopeful that we keep learning and keep improving. So anything that didn't work out well, please give that as feedback. All the great stuff that worked out well, that is our gift to you. Okay, thank you so much. And may you have a great day.
And with that, we come to a close. Thank you so much. As Anthony said, this event wouldn't have been possible without all of you. In case you need to get in touch, my email is, I think I should write it down. My last name is very long. So I'll write down and display my email. If you need to get in touch, I will send you a feedback form so that please give your very honest feedback, because we will definitely be having another summit next year and we want it to be improved. So thank you very much and have a good rest of the day. And for those who are traveling back, safe travels. Enjoy Nairobi for the little time you have left. So thank you very much.
Make sure you talk to me.